All right, I think we are all set.
All right, this is Eric Blank. We have just exited highly confidential session with Cross and Redirect. We're now back on the public record. Ms. Stanfield, if you would like to complete your public cross, I think you have 10 or 15 minutes remaining. Hopefully we won't need it, but back to you.
Thank you very much. Hello again, Mr. Mino.
Morning.
Okay, my last question is about getting to, I think what you call a time series analysis, and I call them temporally specific, whatever we want to call it. If DRs are going to be able to provide energy to the grid when it's most needed and avoid periods when it's most constrained, they're going to need some visibility into when those constraints occur. To that end, IREC's position is that the company needs to move quickly from a single hour hosting capacity analysis to an analysis that considers both monthly and daily variations in hosting capacity. IREC specifically recommends a 576-hour analysis. In your rebuttal testimony at page 57, you state that the company agrees that incorporating time series should be part of its roadmap, but disagrees with setting a deadline for implementing the analysis. Is it still your position that the company should not establish the commission should not establish any timeline for getting to a more temporally granular hosting capacity analysis?
I think we need to get our tools in place and get the automation and the data inputs for a time series analysis in place before we can actually do it. As we found with our implementation of SIME, it's taking a little longer than we anticipated. So throwing a deadline in there could potentially just set us up for failure if the complexities of the analysis and the data are taking a little longer than we anticipated.
Okay, so setting deadlines sets you up for failure. It doesn't motivate you to.
I mean, our goal is to get it rolled out as quickly as we possibly can. We're not trying to delay that by any means.
Okay.
We're working towards that actively.
Can you tell us what your deadline is internally?
I'd have to check with the modeling team who's taken over the analysis and the rollout of the tool. I don't know off the top of my head what they're shooting for that.
Do you know if they have set a deadline for themselves internally?
I don't know. I'd have to check with them.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much for your time and your attention to all the walking through the maps. I do enjoy geeking out on them. Thank you, Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Stanfield. Tesla, I have 30 minutes for Mr. Mino.
Morning, Mr. Mino. My name is Victoria Mandel. I represent Tesla.
Good morning.
I'd like to talk a little bit about, ask you first about some of the benefits of access to hosting capacity analysis. In your rebuttal testimony, you discuss a lot of these benefits, both for customers and for the company. And for example, on page 56, I'll just read you a quote and you can let me know if you want to see the language. But basically you say, everyone involved with interconnection and energization will benefit from a better and more automated process, including public service. Does that sound similar to what you stated in your rebuttal?
I believe that sounds
It'd be helpful to pull this up if you could.
If we could pull that up, Ms. Federica, that'd be great.
Yeah, what's the number?
It's hearing exhibit 124, revision 1. This is at page 56, lines 11 through 13.
Sorry, which line numbers were you referring to?
Mr. Mino, it's lines 11 through 13.
Yep, I see that.
Okay, and now that the exhibit is up, we can also go to page 54, lines 1 through 8, where you are even more specific about the benefits of access to hosting capacity analysis.
I think I was referring to the process that is underlying the ability to get to the more updated analysis. Having up-to-date models that are automatically generated opens up a lot of opportunities for us to be able to evaluate the system, one of which is host capacity.
Okay. And my question is, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong or if you're not familiar with it, but I understand in Minnesota, monthly updates to hosting capacity analysis will be available shortly. Is that right?
I believe they're currently in the process of rolling that out.
And as I understand it, based on your testimony and the testimony of others, that the hosting capacity analysis automation is being rolled out on an all operating company basis. That's one of the sort of objectives or milestones in the roadmap. Is that correct?
I believe the roadmap is referring to the model building process automation for all our operating companies. That's been one of the challenges with the rollout is getting all of the different operating companies' data sources in a common format that allows us to pull it into our models.
And where is Colorado in that process of having the content sort of available at the level of Minnesota's so that information, the hosting capacity analysis can be available on a monthly basis?
I've been a little removed from that process in the last few months, but I know that the modeling team is currently working on that. And I know that they're trying to get the kinks worked out with the Minnesota process currently that'll directly apply to how we perform that for Colorado.
One question I have is if the information will be available on a monthly basis in Minnesota, why would it need to be available on a quarterly basis for a while in Colorado instead of on a monthly basis?
We want to get the process just understand the process and get that ironed out and make sure we're confident in the inputs and outputs of the models. And I think we want to get them monthly as soon as possible. I think we want to kind of make sure that we're taking the right steps along the way to get there.
And given the benefits that you've described to accurate and timely hosting capacity analysis availability, information availability, how long do you think the process will take between going from what you're recommending quarterly? Obviously, a number of interveners are recommending monthly, but the quarterly updates to monthly updates, how long do you think that process will take?
I don't know exactly. I don't think, hopefully it's not too long. That's our goal is, like I said, to get them monthly as soon as possible. So I think if we get an analysis or two under our belt, we should be able to convert over to monthly, but I think that's subject to confirming with our modeling team.
And you're saying that, as I understand it, that the company is working to have all operating companies be able to provide the information on a monthly basis. And I'm wondering,
No,
is that
I
correct?
don't think that's accurate. We're doing the monthly model updates. Not all of our states require host capacity analysis to be performed at this time.
Okay. And would it be accurate to say that Minnesota is first and Colorado, where is Colorado in the priority in terms of the operating company sort of lineup of making the information available?
Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily a priority. Minnesota has been working towards it for longer, and they are rolling that out right now, and all the learnings that we're getting from that are going to be applied to Colorado.
Is there anything this commission could do to make Colorado a priority?
Colorado is a priority. You know, we are working towards getting that rolled out as soon as possible. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm switching to another topic, Mr. Mino. I'd like to talk to you about semi-trucks, heavy duty vehicles. And did you have an opportunity to review the answer testimony and cross answer testimony of Tesla witness Mr. Ehrlich?
I didn't review the cross, but I remembered I reviewed the answer testimony.
In the answer testimony, let's go ahead and pull that up. That would be hearing exhibit 1600. And let's go to page 6, please.
Give me just a second to scroll down there.
No problem. Take your time. And if you scroll down, please, I'd appreciate that. And I'm looking at basically lines 13 through essentially 18. Mr. Mino, would you please take a look at that language regarding the requirements of SB 24-218?
Okay.
And would you agree, based on that excerpted language, that the company is required as a near-term action within the DSP to focus on supporting transportation electrification policy goals?
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. And then would you please go, Casey, would you please scroll down to the next page at the top of that page? And also this statutory language requiring near-term action refers to Air Quality Control Commission emissions reductions. Is that right?
That's what it says, yep.
Okay. So with regard to semi-trucks, I'd like to talk about and ask you about prioritization of requests for energization for semi-truck charging. So let's go. So I think we've agreed, based on your review of the statute, that it's required that the company focus on transportation electrification and Air Quality Control Commission rules on a near-term basis. Let's also look at the transportation electrification public policy goals for medium and heavy duty vehicles, which I'll refer to as semi-trucks. If you go, please, to I think it's Mr. Ehrlich's direct page 6, line 21. He discusses.
Sorry, there's no line 21 on page 6.
Okay, then I'm in the wrong place. Let's see. I think it might be up one page. Yeah, there we go. It's page 5, lines 18 through page 6. I think it's that, yeah, line 1. It says Colorado has set the ambitious MHD, that's medium heavy duty electrification goal of 35,000 zero emissions MHD vehicles on the road by 2030. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so we looked at the transportation goals. Let's look at and how that's near term. Let's look at also well, I guess one question, do you agree that semi trucks result in improved air quality? So, sorry, zero emission semi trucks provide improved air quality compared to regular semi trucks.
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. And let's go, please, in the same testimony, let's scroll down to, I think it's page 15, figure 3. Actually, let's go up one more up to page, sorry, up one page to figure 2, I believe it is. Okay, sorry, there we go. So Tesla provided in this figure anticipated orders for semi trucks. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall Mr. Ehrlich's testimony that it's mostly necessary that the charging equipment be available for the trucks prior to delivery, that the timing is such that the charging has to be available for the trucks before they get there? Do you understand that? Do you agree with that? Does that make sense?
I think that makes sense. I don't recall that specific language in here, but that generally makes sense.
And and this charging is for relatively high load, is that right?
Some of these locations have high load, some are more moderate.
Okay. Do you see the column there that shows the second column, which shows the anticipated megawatt need for those locations?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And let's please go down now to figure 3, which shows the location in terms of the Colorado EnviroScreen. So in other words, disproportionately impact communities, the location of those sites for deployment of semi trucks. Do you see that the impacts in disproportionately impacted communities on column 1?
I do.
So, Mr. Mino, given the overlapping public policy goals accomplished with deployment of semi trucks, and that is the requirement of near-term focus on transportation electrification, the focus on improved air quality, and the focus on impacts in disproportionately impacted communities. Is the company willing to commit to prioritizing prioritizing customer requests for fleet charging for semis in the next couple of years?
We are taking a very broad view to ensure that we can hook up all customer types in the near term. You know, electric vehicles were a large component of our forecast and plan that we put forward to ensure that we're preparing the grid with the investments that we propose in this filing. Prioritizing, and we have to treat all our customers the same and make sure that we're providing service as part of our charge here as a public utility. So, our goal is to build capacity for all our customers that want to hook up different types of equipment to the system, including electric vehicles.
So what I'm hearing is that the company, from your perspective, is not willing to prioritize the availability of distribution capacity for zero emission semi-truck deployment. You're not willing to prioritize that.
The distribution system is first come, first serve, right? We were building out the capacity to create headroom for new growth to materialize, whether that's electric vehicles or other types of technologies. We have no control over that. our goal is to make sure that the system is ready to adopt different technology types in both the near term and the long term.
And despite the public policy goals that I've listed and those overlapping public policy goals and benefits, you are not willing to prioritize those requests. Is that right?
Just an answered objection.
Overall, keep going.
Yeah,
Mr. Mack?
I would lean on what I said previously. We're building out the system so that all of our customers are able to hook up the demands that they're looking to pursue. As we become aware of these, we try to work with developers. We're working with Tesla on a number of sites, for example, that we're trying to ensure that there's sufficient capacity for them. So, you know, the whack-a-mole approach where we just kind of get random requests here and there makes it very challenging to plan, right? We're trying to take a more proactive approach and be less reactive so we can build out sufficient infrastructure to support all the state policy goals here. Not just transportation, but, you know, premise electrification, DER interconnections. You know, we're trying to make sure the system's ready to handle all of those technologies, which are all priorities in the Senate bill.
I would like, okay, I guess, is there anything that the commission could do to help the company focus on prioritizing requests that nicely, efficiently meet several public policy goals efficiently? Is there anything the commission can do to help the company prioritize?
Is that asking for a legal conclusion, or I'm just not sure what you're asking here? I mean, the Senate bill lays out what we need to prioritize, right? DI communities, different electrification of transportation, of electrification of transportation and premises, DR connections. We're trying to juggle all those with our plan here.
Thank you, Mr. Mino. I'd like to turn now to talking about flexible interconnection. And would you agree with me there are a number of benefits for the company and for customers for implementing flexible interconnection? Is that broad enough for you to agree with me?
Yeah, I think there's benefits to enabling that. You know, we're doing that today with certain customers looking to interconnect where there's not capacity on the system for, you know, charging maybe on peak, but maybe they could charge overnight if they're a fleet operator. You know, we work with customers to try to figure those solutions out.
And are those solutions that have already been worked out, is specific information about those solutions publicly available?
I don't believe so, since they pertain to specific customers.
And were you listening when Ms. McDermott testified regarding sort of the overloading of feeders? Were you listening to that?
I was.
Do you recall her testifying? Hold on one sec. I think she was talking about sort of the sustained aspect of overloading and how the company determines that it's sort of sustained overloading. And she said that, and I don't have the exact quote, but essentially that it's when it's determined that a feeder is overloaded, she said it had to do with a determination that there had been several minutes over several days. Do you recall that?
I believe what she said was we compute the level of risk associated with each asset and determine how many hours throughout the year, how many consecutive hours, you know, the magnitude, different parameters around that, so we can quantify the risk.
Yeah, you don't recall her saying specifically it was several minutes over several days?
I don't recall the specifics around that.
And do you recall Mr. Ehrlich's in his cross answer testimony where he discusses the success of flexible interconnection programs in different jurisdictions?
I believe I said previously I didn't review his cross. I just reviewed his answer testimony.
If we could please pull up Mr. Ehrlich's cross answer. I think that's hearing exhibit 1601. And if we go, I think it's to around page 12. Sorry, just one sec. Trying to go to the part where he talks about, sorry, let's go to page 13, please. Oh, no, sorry, that's it. Sorry, top of page 12, 1 through 2. Do you see there where he talks about for example, the flexible interconnection program with PG&E resulted in 183 megawatt hour per month incremental charging energy use in February 2025?
Yeah, I see that there.
Okay. Is that benefit of available capacity, so theoretically also available in Colorado?
I think it depends on the nature of the system that they're interconnecting to and the types of demand being added. As I mentioned previously, we were working with several fleet operators to look at how they can interconnect in a timely manner if there's not firm capacity throughout the entire year, but there's areas, there's times where, if they are charging overnight, for example, that we can avoid upgrades for them and allow them to come online quicker. I think it is situationally dependent.
And you can agree with me that that saves a lot of money for ratepayers.
I think it does in the short term potentially, but I mean, it doesn't, as you see in the next paragraph there, it doesn't obviate the need for distribution investments. It just helps complement them, right? It helps them get online sooner. Those risks are still present, whether or not, they're able to come online from a flexible interconnection standpoint or not. Upgrades are still needed, right? It helps optimize that particular customer's use of that particular part of the system. Anyone that comes online after that is, that capacity is no longer available, right? So I don't know that it necessarily reduces cost for customers. I think it helps get online sooner as a bridging solution, but those investments are still needed.
Okay. So I think I don't want to put any words in your mouth, so please correct me, but I think you were agreeing that in the short term, it saves money for ratepayers. Is that right?
No, I think it reduces cost for that customer trying to interconnect, and they can potentially avoid major upgrades if they're able to come on in a flexible manner that avoids adding and contributing to the peak demand on that feeder. Even Mr. Ehrlich here agrees that it doesn't necessarily reduce the need for system investments to support the distribution system.
So to be clear, are you agreeing or not that flexible interconnection, at least in the short term, saves money for ratepayers? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay. And do you recall in Mr. Ehrlich's answer testimony when he discusses the discrepancy between the timing it takes to build a charging station and the time it takes to add new capacity to a feeder? So in other words, he was talking about it takes weeks to build a charger and sometimes years to update the system to add capacity. Do you recall that?
Don't recall that specifically, but that sounds reasonable.
Okay. So in terms of the benefits for transportation and electrification, flexible interconnection has has certainly timing benefits in terms of getting capacity available for charging. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
I'm just saying that flexible interconnection certainly has timing benefits for the customer for that's adding load, public charging, or private charging for semis, that there are significant timing benefits, perhaps even years, associated with allowing the customer to come onto the system with a flexible interconnection pathway methodology. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think as long as we're able to come up with an agreeable manner for them to come online in a flexible manner, then yeah, I think they can come online a lot quicker. If the alternative is building out infrastructure that may take, you know, a new feeder like 2 years or something like that. So it also depends on, have we previously identified an upgrade for that feeder that we're in the process of implementing, which is the case for a lot of parts of the system. So like I said before, really it's situationally dependent, but there are, yeah, I do think that there can be timing benefits for customers looking to interconnect that may not be able to do so otherwise without a flexible manner.
And Mr. Mino, do you recall Mr. Ehrlich's testimony and map in his in the answer testimony that you reviewed, his map that showed acute capacity constraints that Tesla is encountering in the Denver metro area and around, generally in Xcel's service territory?
Yeah, I remember that.
Let's talk now about switching topics here to the availability of standalone batteries for virtual PowerPoint projects. Could you please scroll down to page I think it's page 7. So be scrolling up, sorry. Page 7 of hearing exhibit 1601, the cross answer testimony. Sorry, that's not the right location. Hold on one sec. Please go to page 13. I'm trying to locate the specifics of the amount. There we go. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So, so if you see there on line 7 of page 13, it says there are currently 10,927 Powerwall customers in Colorado. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. And then in the cross answer testimony on line 8, it shows there's roughly 100 megawatts of power capacity available. Do you see that as well?
I do.
And Commissioner Plant noted that also. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that specific interchange.
That was in his cross-examination of Ms. McDermott, but we don't have the transcript available. And as I understand it, and you can tell me if you need to see the hearing exhibit, I think it's hearing exhibit 408, it shows that currently within the Renewable Energy Connect program, there are 813, as of the end of 2024, 813 Powerwall batteries connected, and that amounts to 10.4 megawatts of availability at the end of 2024. Do you remember that?
I don't recall the specifics, but yeah, if you want to keep going on that.
Yeah, I guess my question is that if is the company interested in the availability of this capacity for virtual PowerPoint deployment?
For virtual power plant deployment?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is the company interested in having this capacity and these standalone batteries available for virtual virtual power plant deployment?
I think we are generally. I think it depends on where these are located and whether or not they're going to only be used to support the bulk system versus the local distribution system. Those are two very different things. So yeah, I think there's locations where this is more of a benefit than others, for the distribution system at least.
And do you know those locations where this capacity would be of most benefit for the distribution system?
Yes, we've come up with distribution feeders that are eligible for that distribution cost given their level of constraint.
And do you agree with fair compensation and fair terms that generally that those batteries would be available for the company's use?
Could you repeat that question? I'm not a rate expert or a policy expert, so I don't know that I'm going to be the right one to answer this.
I'm really talking about sort of the battery owners having fair terms for their use of the batteries, that if there were fair terms, fair compensation, that the company would then be able to use that capacity to benefit the distribution system.
I think that generally sounds right, but I'm not a program, I don't work on creating programs or anything like that, so I'm not sure on all the nuances of it, but that makes sense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mino. I appreciate it. And I am finished my cross Chairman Blank.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel. WRA, Mr. Brasso, I have 30 minutes plus some goodwill from before 10:40. Actually, let's take a break till 10:45 and then we'll start with you, Mr. Brasso. Does that work? 10:45 and then we'll go with Mr. Brasso.
Miss Mandel, you're unmuted.
And your camera's on.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Barrasso, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, my name is Parks Barroso, and I'm representing WRA. Good morning, Mr. Mino. How are you today, sir?
Good. How you doing, Mr. Brasso?
I am doing well, thank you. I've got two buckets of topics I'd like to talk with you about today. First is coordinated planning, and the second is load forecasting.
Okay.
And let's take coordinated planning first and start at a high level on Senate Bill 24A-0547E. So, Mr. Mino, would you agree with me that at a high level, the intent behind Senate Bill 218 is to prepare the electric distribution system for the state's electrification policy goals?
I think that's a fair summarization.
And one component of the state's electrification policy goals is switching from fossil fuels to electricity for end uses in residential and commercial buildings.
Yep, I think that's part of it.
Thank you. And I believe in Mr. Kinney's rebuttal testimony, for example, he discusses various state legislation directed towards increasing building electrification and reducing emissions from the gas local distribution companies. Does that sound right?
I didn't get a chance to review his rebuttal, so I'm not familiar with that.
Mr. Mino, were you listening to Mr. Kinney's live testimony on Monday?
Yes, I was.
And does it sound familiar that in his testimony, he discussed how proactive electric distribution investment could help facilitate beneficial electrification?
That sounds familiar.
And so staying on these state policy goals that we've been talking about, would you agree that pursuing non-pipeline alternatives to traditional gas infrastructure projects is a key part of reducing emissions from the gas distribution system?
I think that could be, yeah. I think that could be true.
And is it still Casey, Miss Federico driving this morning?
Yes, it is.
Great. Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 1700 attachment CV22? Thank you. And if we could scroll down, Mr. Mino, I believe you were the sponsor of this discovery response. Do you see that?
I do.
And feel free to take a moment to refamiliarize yourself. We're going to be looking at subpart B.
Okay.
And let me know when you're ready.
You ready?
Great. And so, Mr. Miner, here in subpart B, isn't this saying that even for approved non-pipeline alternatives like the Pearl Street Mall in PA, the company did not include forecasted electric demand from that MPA in its forecast in this DSP?
Yeah, I believe that was studied outside of our forecasting process. And I don't think that filing was completed by the time we were working on our forecast, if my memory serves me right.
Okay. As part of electric distribution system planning, do you think the company should be planning for non-pipeline alternatives?
I do, and I think we are through our base forecast we put together, where we use the the electrification forecast from the clean heat filing to inform where that electrification could materialize in the distribution system, which is reflected in our plan. So yeah, I think we're working towards that, and we presented that in our case here.
Are you aware that in the company's ongoing gas infrastructure plan, the company's cost effectiveness analysis showed 0 NPAs to be cost effective?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Barrasso?
I'm asking if Mr. Mino is aware that in the company's gas infrastructure plan, its cost effectiveness analysis showed that 0 NPAs were cost effective.
Overruled. I don't think there's an assumption. He's asking the witness if he's aware of that.
I wasn't involved with that filing, so I'm not familiar with the details on it.
And would it surprise you to learn that that result was largely due to the company assuming a high electric system cost attributed to each NPA that was evaluated?
Again, I'm not familiar with how that analysis was conducted for the gas system, because I wasn't involved with that case.
That's fair enough. So coming back to this DSP then, Mr. Mino, and distribution system planning in general, would you agree that it's possible for there to be an overloaded feeder or substation or an otherwise constrained area of the electric system in the same vicinity of a constrained portion of the gas distribution system?
I think that's a possibility.
And if that is the case, wouldn't there be co-benefits to planning to alleviate both the electric system constraint and preparing the electric system for electrification associated with a hypothetical NPA?
Sorry, can you repeat that question just to make sure I understood it?
Sure, there is a lot in there. So assuming there is a constrained area of both the electric system and the gas system that are overlapping, would there be co-benefits to planning to alleviate the electric system constraint while also preparing that portion of the electric system for a potential non-pipeline alternative?
I do, and I think that's what we presented in our distribution budget here is getting the grid ready to accept more of that types of demand from whether it's gas to electric conversion or, you know, with this new infrastructure, if it's all electric, right? So I think that's what we've presented here in our budget, in our case here, that we are getting where our plan is, if this budget is approved, to help prepare the grid for these types of technologies to materialize on the electric system.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mino. That is helpful. And let's stick with coordinated planning, but change topics a little bit. Could you explain for me how the company selects the electrification assumptions that will be used in a given proceeding?
I believe we were leveraging the information used in the clean heat proceeding and that electrification forecast. Now, it was not the one that was ultimately approved because of the timing of the various filings and getting the decisions issued in time, you know, that wasn't available. So, you know, we try to leverage the most up-to-date or the most recent vintage of forecast to inform our distribution forecast.
And as another example, and I believe you addressed this in your supplemental testimony, the company used a different heat pump water heater load shape in this DSP as compared to the just transition solicitation ERP. Is that right?
In the initial filing, I believe, because again, the cadence and the timing of those filings were not aligned. So I think there was a couple assumptions that differed, but for the most part, those were in alignment. And then in our supplemental analysis, we revised that load curve for the electric water heater.
Thank you. And Ms. Federico, we can take this response down. Thank you. And Mr. Mino, are you also aware that the company used wildly different electrification adoption assumptions in its gas infrastructure plan as compared to this DSP?
Can you elaborate? No, I'm not sure I agree with that as face value.
Is it your understanding that the company's electrification adoption assumptions in the gas infrastructure plan are the same as this DSP?
We used the forecast that was used in the clean heat filing, but I know throughout that case it was a different one was ultimately approved, is my understanding. So at the time of creating our forecast, we used the assumptions that were available for that filing, is my understanding.
Just to get a clear answer for the record here, are the adoption assumptions in the gas infrastructure plan the same as the ones that were used in this gas infrastructure plan?
In the gas infrastructure plan or the DSP?
The DSP, thank you.
Subject to being verified, I believe they were. I think we were using the same forecasted adoption rates for these different technologies. There may be some nuances based on electric versus gas and how that's applied to the system, but I think the source inputs were in alignment. That's my understanding.
We're not in the gas infrastructure plan, so I will not delve into that record, but we'll represent to you that the assumptions are not the same. We can move on. And I'm curious about weather assumptions. Mr. Miner, are you aware that the company applies a different weather assumption for planning purposes in this DSP as compared to the weather assumptions used in the gas infrastructure plan?
I mean, in terms of what, like the weather normalization, or what? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
For example, the weather data that is used to determine the coefficient of performance for a heat pump, which in turn informs how the company calculates the total load associated with heat pumps on its system.
I wasn't involved in that conversion. We were provided that, so I'm not familiar with the nuances of it to be able to answer your question.
Okay, so are you able to explain why a different weather assumption might be used across each planning proceeding?
I know that the gas system has a certain design day temperature that they plan to, whereas it's a very different physics involved with the electric system. So I would imagine that was part of it. But I'm not sure on the specifics you're getting at.
Fair enough. We can move on. Thank you. And let's turn to load forecasting now, and I'd like to discuss the company's load seer modeling. So, Mr. Miner, would you agree with me that public service customers are beginning to adopt higher volumes of electrified end uses, including electric space heating, electric water heating, electric vehicles?
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think, as you referenced earlier, the company has endeavored to reflect that adoption in its load seer modeling.
Yeah, so whether we've actually received applications for those types of technologies, that will be reflected in our known growth in the forecast, and then in the outer years, yeah, those other technologies that were spatially allocated were accounted for from that and for those technologies. So yes.
But as you addressed in your supplemental direct testimony, the company did not rely on advanced metering data to develop load curves for this plan.
Yeah, I don't think we had the data at the time given how our forecasting process works, the annual nature of it, and needing those inputs up front. I don't think the AMI data was quite ready at the time to provide that.
And so on that timing issue, have you provided, or has the company provided, a time frame by which it will be able to use AMI data to develop its various electric load shapes that go into the distribution system planning?
Yeah, I think that a lot of progress has been made since we filed the case, and more of that data has been available that we're starting to leverage and use as an input to help generate some of those curves. But at the time of the filing, I don't believe that information was available to leverage.
So let's take the next DSP, for example. Will the company commit to using AMI data to develop load shapes in advance of that next DSP?
I think that'll be one of the inputs we use, and then we also use information from national labs, from Electric Power Research Institute, and other entities in the industry that are helping to determine some of those. So I think that'll be one of the inputs that we leverage to help generate those curves.
Great, thank you. I'm just switching gears here. In this plan, did the company model future adoption of distributed storage?
We did not.
But you would agree that through the company's Renewable Battery Connect offering, through the ABPP program, through the dispatchable distributed generation program, the company has seen and is likely to see significant additions of distributed storage.
Yes.
In your view, does adoption of incremental distributed storage represent a load reduction on the distribution system?
Storage is, especially if it's grid charge, is both a load and a generator. So there's a lot of inherent complexities around how those operate.
Sure. And would you agree that a load reduction from additional distributed storage could have the ability to defer or avoid distribution system projects?
It has a potential. I think it depends on how that actually materializes, and that was part of our reluctance to forecast it. It really needs to be at the specific location, at the specific time, at the specific capacities to really make that deferral. And it needs to also defer all the risks associated with a given project that we're deploying. In my grid needs assessment attachment, each project on average mitigates 4 to 5 risks. So assuming the storage is on all of those assets at risk and is able to operate and reduce the constraints, then yes, I think that's true. But as a whole, I don't know that that's fully true if those conditions aren't met.
In order, I guess I'm trying to understand the interplay here. In order for storage to alleviate those constraints that you're talking about, isn't it necessary for the company to model or seek to forecast storage adoption growth and the impacts that might have on the system?
Can you repeat the first part again?
Sure. So you discussed that it is locationally dependent. That is, it matters where in the system the storage is being adopted, and the fact that it could change the timing and the magnitude of loading on a given feeder that is near or is overloaded, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to understand how storage could help alleviate some of those constraints, is it not necessary for the company to model storage adoption and the impacts that adding those assets to the system could have?
I mean, I think that's generally been our approach for how we've approached the ABPP program and the DDG program, where we're trying to target areas on the system where it's constrained. I don't think that the lack of forecasting those technologies, is to what you were saying, not necessarily understanding how those will impact the system, right? I think we're studying that outside of our forecasting process to help inform those programs so that they can provide the most benefit to the distribution system. When, the goal would be to defer capital investment as long as it actually supports the areas that need it. But forecasting those technologies masks where those risks are materializing, and it makes it really challenging from a planning standpoint to make sure that we're fully mitigating the risks we're seeing on the system.
Could you explain that a little bit further, how the learnings from the ABPP and the DDG programs, how those might feed into forecasting for some of these distributed assets?
Sure. I mean, I think once these programs become operational and we understand where these technologies are interconnected and actually how they're operating, it'll be more easy to forecast those impacts. Right now, the AVPP filing wasn't even filed by the time we filed our DSP. So we're we're leveraging our grid needs assessment, which shows where the risk is, to prioritize where and try to steer these technologies onto the system to where they'll provide the most benefit. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure if I answered it.
Yeah, I guess let me ask it this way. So I understand you to be saying that in some ways we're still getting the ADPP off the ground, the DDG that's in a different proceeding. In the next DSP, where you'll have had some more years of experience with some of those company programs, will the company be able to forecast distributed storage based on adoption trends and based on what it's seeing from its experience across those numerous programs?
I think we can model the impacts of those programs better once we have more operational experience with it. I still, my personal opinion is, understanding where the risks are forecast materialize helps inform where those programs will have the most benefit on the system. So I think we're trying to work to incorporate all the different technology types in our forecast. There's just challenges with some of those in terms of how it shows how those risks are going to materialize on the system and how those technologies may or may not be able to help support it.
Is a risk of that approach that you're always playing from behind, in essence, if you're always forecasting where the risks are or are likely to appear and then directing storage to those areas, you might not be alleviating the grid constraints with storage, and you in the DSP will be seeking capital additions to alleviate the grid constraint.
I don't know if I fully agree with that. I think it's important to understand where these technologies will have the most benefit on the system. So, and then these projects, especially with the rolling NWA framework on top of those other programs we were just talking about, opens up more opportunities for these technologies to help avoid, wire solutions and make NWAs more competitive.
All right, Mr. Martin, I'm checking my notes. I think those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Barrasso. I have 30 minutes for UCA, and it is 11:10, 11:09. Mr. Wittersheim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Mr. Mino. Can you see and hear me all right?
Again, morning, Mr. Wittersheim.
Nice to meet you. My name is Patrick Wittersheim. I'm an attorney for the Utility Consumer Advocate. Thank you for joining us today. First off, I'd like to discuss some of LoadSeer's modeling capabilities and limitations. Does that sound okay?
Sure.
So, Mr. Mino, it's accurate to say that the LoadSeer platform cannot differentiate between single-family and multifamily homes when allocating rooftop solar, correct?
I believe that's true.
And LoadSeer applies the same rooftop solar potential to both residential and commercial customers, correct?
That one's not ringing a bell. If you have a specific reference, if you want to pull it up, that'd be helpful.
Sure, thanks. Can we please pull up Hearing Exhibit 105, attachment DCM-9 at page 22?
And then take me a second to scroll there. Hang on.
Sure, thank you. So, Mr. Mino, attachment DCM-9, that's the LoadSeer technical appendix, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and are we at page 22 here? Mr. Mino, can you read that text? Is it large enough to read, I mean?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay. Can you see the fourth line from the bottom on the right side, the sentence that starts, the same amount of rooftop solar potential is applied to commercial customers?
Yep. See that?
Okay, and that's referring to residential and commercial customers, right?
I believe so. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And the company's own documentation acknowledges this oversight, and it states the distribution planning team is working with the software developer to fix the issue, right?
Correct. Based on the roofing size of these buildings. Yeah.
And Mr. Mino, you testified that public service did spatially allocate forecasted behind the meter solar adoption, correct?
That's correct.
And what you meant is that load SEER applied adoption uniformly across categories without distinguishing differences like single family versus multifamily homes or roof size, correct?
That's correct.
By applying the same rooftop solar potential for commercial and residential customers, it's possible that load SEER could understate the solar potential that could be developed on commercial rooftops, correct?
There's a potential.
And that understatement could make feeders appear more heavily loaded than they would be with more accurate assumptions, right?
I don't agree with that.
Higher modeled feeder loads would tend to result in more forecasted system overloads, correct?
Yes, but that also depends on when the solar radiance is available. Most of these feeders peak when that sun is either down or on the horizon, where solar production is incredibly low. So I don't agree with your statement.
Mr. Mino, this is the first DSP the company has developed using the load SEER tool, correct?
Correct.
That's why you testified that the move to load SEER was a significant step change in terms of sophistication and analytical complexity relative to our previous distribution system plan, right?
That's correct.
You also testified that the solicitation process that led to our adoption of load SEER began in 2017, and the company performed its first spatially allocated forecast in Colorado using the tool in 2020, with the first forecast completed in 2021. Does that sound familiar?
It sounds familiar.
Mr. Mino, you're familiar with the concept of benchmarking a forecasting model, correct?
Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 124 at page 18, line 12? Can you see this question here? You respond to a question. What is your response to UCA's claim that public service should have benchmarked load SEER against the tool it used before adopting load SEER?
I see that question, yes.
And benchmarking a forecasting model can be described as the process of comparing the performance and accuracy of a new model's forecasts against simpler established baseline models, right?
Are you telling me that's what the definition is, or are you asking a
I'm
question
asking if
there?
that's your understanding of the definition.
It sounds about right.
The company never benchmarked load SEER against other available distribution forecasting tools before adopting it, did it?
We sent out a request for information for 7 different forecasting vendors. Integral Analytics was one of them. We did so. The impetus for even going down this pathway was Itron had discontinued our old tool, distribution and analysis, or DAA. I forget the acronym stands for off the top of my head, but that tool was being discontinued. We had to pay Itron additional capital to continue supporting that tool. And then ultimately, when they, it became a security concern because it was built on SQL Server 2008, as you can see there on line 20. And Microsoft was ending its support for that product. So we had no choice but to move on from that tool. Itron's newer tool was considered in that RFI along with 6 other vendors. Some decided not to provide information. I think 3 of the 4 that did, we did a detailed review of how that forecasting tool worked, how it operated. And we determined based on that the integral analytics load seer tool was the clear and most advanced tool at that time. So I disagree with your characterization of that process.
Could you please scroll up to page 18, line 15? Mr. Mino, can you see where it says benchmarking the load seer and DAA in the way Mr. Konidena is suggesting would not have made sense?
Yep, for the reasons I just elaborated on.
So, Mr. Mino, you testified that in our direct case, the company noted some of the ways it plans to improve our use of load seer, including by improving our technology adoption load curves using AMI data and allowing for different load shapes to be used for the allocation of the same technology type. Does that sound familiar?
It does work. We're constantly working with Integral Analytics, who is the developer of load seer, to improve their process that meets our needs.
In the company's forecasting and modeling roadmap, it acknowledged that it seeks to enhance spatial allocation, right?
Correct.
And specifically, the company stated that the future updates will enable separate technology adoption forecasts to influence each other, such as behind the meter, solar PV adoption influencing behind the meter energy storage adoption. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
Further testified, these enhancements will also help to make the different technologies of the same category mutually exclusive, as this should help prevent multiple types of the same technology from being allocated to the same premise, correct?
Correct.
So currently, load seer cannot model interactions between DER types, for example, interactions between rooftop solar and battery storage adoption, correct?
Correct. And that is part of how we QA things on the back end once we get the forecast finalized, is evaluating some of those and trying to correct any overlapping or anything like that.
And as of today, load seer does allocate multiple types of the same technology to the same premise, which the company has acknowledged is unrealistic, correct?
It has a potential to. It's a stochastic allocation. So, I mean, there's probabilities and other metrics involved with how it does that, but that is something that we review from a QA perspective.
So even though this load seer platform represents a step change in sophistication, the company acknowledges it's relying on a model that needs improvements before it can realistically capture DER technology interactions and spatial allocation, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. Even though you testified the load seer platform represents a step change in sophistication, the company acknowledges it is relying on a model that needs improvements before it can realistically capture DER technology interactions and spatial allocation, correct?
The interactions between them, yes, but that's already in the process of being resolved right now. So, every model is going to have its inherent challenges and issues with it, right? We're trying to be transparent about the shortcomings of this current tool and how we plan on addressing it.
So, Mr. Mino, you testified that the company plans to improve its use of load seer by improving our technology adoption load curves using AMI data, correct?
Correct.
And you don't discuss specific AMI data sets that are currently being used to calibrate load curves for technologies like rooftop solar, EVs, and building electrification, do you?
No, because AMI data is a net value for a given premise, which could have all those different technology types. It's not that we're getting a separate channel reading for each of those technologies. So, I think we plan on leveraging that data to help inform it, but it's not the only source that we're going to rely on for it.
Is it correct that AMI data is the most granular and accurate source for capturing customer level load shapes?
For specific customers, load shapes, like?
Yes.
Depends on the setup for the feeder. it feels like it's a 15 feeder, whereas only a couple customers, our SCADA readings are much more granular than that. But on the whole, yeah, AMI data is probably our best bet for individual customers.
Without AMI-based calibration, is it accurate to say LoadSEER relies on generic or assumed adoption load curves for these technologies?
I don't know that I would characterize them as generic. We still use billing data. We use national lab data. We use several sources to help inform that. So I don't know if I would agree with your characterization.
For example, the EV adoption curve used in the DSP is not derived from Colorado AMI data, correct?
I don't believe, I think none of our curves were necessarily leveraging AMI data, as I mentioned during the last cross with Mr. Brasso.
So the load impacts of DER adoption are based on modeled assumptions, not validated by Colorado-specific AMI data. That's correct?
Like I said, we use some billing data that helped inform that, but we use curves that we thought were appropriate for the customers that we're serving.
Thank you, Mr. Mino. I'd like to talk a little bit about the distribution system risks mentioned in your direct testimony. Is that okay?
Sure.
You testified that there has been a significant uptick in risk to the distribution system when compared to the assessment provided in the 2022 distribution system plan filing. Does that sound familiar?
That's correct.
But in the 2022 DSP, the company evaluated only the peak hour, while in the current DSP, you evaluated all 8,760 hours of the year, correct?
That's correct. Well, that's not necessarily true, actually. Our forecast was a single peak. We still had 8760 data for each asset, which we use to compute from our SCADA system that we use to compute our risks. So the risk analysis was still done on an 8760 basis. It's just our forecasting tool only considered the peak value in terms of how it helped develop the forecast. But we still had SCADA data that we still leveraged to determine the time series nature of each of these risks.
It's accurate to say the increase from 270 identified risks in 2022 to 895 identified risks in the current DSP was derived using a different modeling methodology. Is that right?
I don't think I would characterize it that way. I mean, between 2018 and 2022, my team received about, on average, 1,100 capacity checks or new service applications. And then coming out of the pandemic in 2023, we received over 2,400. So it was a more than a doubling of new service applications coming through, which is largely driving our capital investment and our risk portfolio. So the changing of the tools is, I would argue, is not the driver of that increase. It's the nature of the system and the amount of growth we're seeing.
So, Mr. Mino, I just mentioned 895 identified risks. The company didn't prioritize or rank those 895 risks in any way to distinguish which require immediate action versus which could be deferred, did it?
It did. I mean, we looked at the magnitude of the risk, the duration of the risk, and then we look at more holistically where those risks are located and how we can mitigate them in the most efficient manner possible to gain those economies of scales. So I don't agree with your question.
Are you talking about what was identified as short-term versus long-term risks in the grid need assessment?
No, I'm referring to the load at risk in the grid needs assessment and the annual hours at risk that we presented. Those are how we help quantify the severity of those risks, the most severe of which we prioritize for funding, and then any risks near there that we can mitigate with that same project will resolve them accordingly.
And Mr. Mino, the grid needs assessment attached to your direct testimony shows roughly 100 long-term risks and 800 short-term risks. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall the specific breakdown, but I think that makes sense. I mean, we're seeing every single project but 7 is serving a short-term risk need. And of those 7, those are long-term projects that we're working with major developers on. So yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Mino. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witterstein. I guess Commissioner Gilman, I'm told that you may have a decent amount of questions for Mr. Mino and may prefer to go after lunch. Is that right?
Yeah, I think if that works for you guys, but if it's too problematic, let me know.
Nope, it works for me. Would that work for you, Commissioner Plant?
Sure, that sounds good.
Why don't you go next, then I'll go, and then we'll turn it over to Commissioner Gilman.
Sounds good. Good morning, Mr. Mino.
Good morning, Commissioner. How you doing today?
Pulling up well. Hey,
Well, less glassy-eyed than Mr. Mino.
I just had a couple of follow-up questions to some of the line of questioning that I had with some of your colleagues, Mr. Eiley and Mr. Pollock. And one of the things that I was talking with Mr. Eiley about is some of the non-capacity investments basically are routine upgrades, line renewals, things like that.
Mhm.
And when that happens, there is an inherent capacity increase because you're planning for future capacity as you're replacing those things. And so I'm wondering how in your modeling do you account for the capacity contributions that are incorporated into these, quote unquote, non-capacity improvements, and how does that impact the overall capital needs for capacity expansion in your model?
Sure. So my team works very closely with the asset health and reliability teams. If we focus on the substation for the short term here, anytime there's a substation transformer reaching the end of its life, or there's a metal clad switchgear that contains all the feeder breakers, anytime there's a replacement of those assets, we are brought in and consulted about what kind of piece of equipment we replace that with. Oftentimes we'll call for a larger transformer. So say there's like a 28 MVA transformer there. We would call for a 50 if the, well, pretty much we're calling for 50s anymore, just given the rate of growth we're seeing. But so we account for that by, if there's an N-1 on that 28 MVA transformer and it's going to get fixed through that end of life replacement project, then, we're not going to fund a project from capacity to also do that, right? That's already being taken care of through that budget. Same thing with like a switchgear. A lot of our legacy switchgears only have the option to bring out 4 breakers, but the standard now is 5. So anytime we replace some of those older switchgears, we gain an extra feeder breaker from which we're able to extend another feeder and help, solve the system. So there's not a duplication of funds from that perspective. We try to, as was mentioned before by Mr. Pollock, whatever the main driver, causing that project is where that will show up in our budget. So if it's end of life replacement, that'll show up in our asset health and reliability project, our budget. And then if there's any ancillary work we need to do, like extend a feeder from that new switchgear or something like that, then that will be reflected in our capacity budget because that's not part of the end of life replacement.
So yeah, and I think I'm understanding a little bit. It sounds like that happens at the time of the replacement as opposed to during the budgeting process. So I'm wondering, so for example, you have an N-1 feeder component, and because it's N-1, it's included in the capacity budget, but it's also near the end of its life. So would it also be then included in the asset health budget? And then what you would do is when you go in to replace that, you look at it, you say, oh, that's an N-1. Does that come out of the capacity budget then, or is it just reduced from the capacity budget? Because it seems like it's kind of existing in both places.
I think there's a need in both. I think it's really which one needs it first. So, and then that'll be reflected in that budget. So if the end of life replacement, I think it's easier to kind of talk from the substation perspective because distribution equipment end of life is more like equipment by equipment. It's not like we're replacing an entire feeder.
Yeah.
So on the substation component, if we have an N-1 on a substation transformer because we can't back that load up, And partly maybe that reason is because one of the transformers in the substation is smaller and that unit's up for end of life replacement, then the asset health and reliability budget will carry the replacement of that bank, but will upsize it to a 50, which may remove that N-1, in which case we don't need to fund a capacity project to resolve that risk. So
Okay.
there's a lot of coordination that is done there to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts. We're not calling for two projects, for the same asset. Right? We coordinate very closely with those teams to make sure that we're in alignment and that, the project that's moving forward is going to is the best project to bring forward to replace that asset.
I understand. Is it reasonable to assume that, because that happens at the time that you're doing that replacement, that it's possible that those both exist within the budgets, recognizing what you said, you're going to pull out of whichever budget is most appropriate if it's capacity, N-1, component you would pull out of that capacity budget. But from our perspective, looking forward at this time, do those currently exist in both of the budgets, and then you make that determination at the time of replacement?
No, I would. So our substation end of life replacement program is forecasting out 5 years like our budget is. So we have an idea of what's going to be replaced when, and if we did maybe identify a need for a project, we would pull that out of our capacity budget if there was any of that kind of duplication.
Okay.
The only place that might is like if there's like a failure of a piece of equipment that wasn't planned because of then that would. So if we had a project for a capacity project, but an asset fails and we have an opportunity to replace it with something larger, we would do that. But there's not really a duplication of efforts in terms of funds for a specific need, I would say.
I think a lot of the capacity, requirement that you're looking at is not just serving the load, but then also backup for rerouting some of the load from maybe another feeder that goes down or there's a problem. Do you know about what that parameter is where it becomes an issue? Is it over 75? Is it over 85? Is it where does at what point does it become sort of a constraint and you say we can't back up that feeder?
For the most part, once we start getting above that 75% is where we start to introduce N-1 or our contingency risk to be able to back up that load. It really depends on the loading of adjacent pieces of equipment and how we can transfer that. But I would say it's pretty much when we start getting above that 75%, it makes it harder to transfer load around without overloading equipment that is used to back up that load.
And do you have any sense of sort of how coincident that timing is between going above the 75% or the whatever the number is that you're looking at, and when you might need to sort of redirect that load? Is it 50% of the time you're over 75% and therefore it becomes an issue, or if you're over that 75%, 20% of the time, it's really not as much of an issue?
When we calculate our N-1 risk, we look at how many consecutive hours that risk is present for, how many annual hours that risk is present for. So the annual hours we included in my attachment to grid needs assessment to show, how many hours throughout the year that N-1 risk is present. If there's only an N-1 for a couple hours and it's a minor overload, typically those aren't prioritized for funding. It's not really until those risks become more severe that we prioritize for funding. Now, we may fix that risk that's shorter, a lower duration, because we're fixing something else that's more severe and it just happens to be in that area. But typically, when we have those lower risks that are just like an N-1 for like a couple hours a year, maybe only a few hundred kW, that typically is something that rises to the severity to warrant mitigation on its own.
Okay. And do you know how much of the capacity budget is to get within that 75% limit versus higher?
It's not really broken out that way. We really are prioritizing that funding based on the severity of the risk. So if you look at the grid needs assessment, about 96 out of those 895 risks we've identified are not funded to be mitigated. So it's over 11, around about, I think 11%, something like that. So I mean, there's a substantial amount of risk that we're not resolving in our budget that we would like to, but we're trying to balance the cost as well as the risk here.
Mhm. I have a couple questions about the load SEER enhancement roadmap that I think was included with your rebuttal testimony. And you mentioned in the research side, which I guess is sort of more longer term, you're looking at a DER optimizer tool that you're researching. Can you give me some insight into what that is? Is that something that would work within the grid DERMS sort of portfolio, or is that something else?
I don't know all the details around that because it's still not really ironed out, but my understanding is that helps us figure out how we can deploy DERs to help optimize the system, I think is how it works. I'm not 100% on that, but I believe that's how it's what it's intended to do. It's still not fully fleshed out, so I'm not sure on the nuances of it.
And you don't know if that's specifically to work within the grid DERMS platform as
I
it's.
think it would help inform how the grid DERMS would, I think it would help us inform like where we would like to steer the interconnections of those technologies, which would ultimately be tied into the DERMS control system down the road.
Okay, gotcha. I think we heard from Mr. Pollack that the capital distribution benefits from the aggregator VPP program would really primarily be ascribed to those feeders that had coincident peaks with the system peaks because it's being dispatched from the system level. Do you have a sense of which feeders those are, or is that something that could be identified by the company?
Subject to being corrected by Mr. Pollack, but I believe we provided that list of feeders that overlapped, that were eligible for the distribution credit, which means that they overlapped with their peaks overlapped with the bulk system peaks. So
Okay,
I think that was provided in the AVPP case, but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay, so that was the criteria for those distribution credits. It wasn't necessarily a capacity level, but it was also looking at how the peaks aligned with the system peaks.
I'd have to defer that to Mr. Pollack. I believe that's the case, but I'm not 100%. I wasn't one of the witnesses for that part of the case.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we also heard from Mr. Pollack that when you get to in terms of the real broad distribution benefits that are not necessarily coincident with the system peak benefits, that would come from the grid DERMS program. But that's the full implementation of that program isn't expected at the earliest until the 2028, 2029 sort of time frame. So really not within this capital investment time frame. Is that correct?
I'm not sure on the timing. I know our budget goes through 2029, but yeah, I'm not familiar with the nuances of that part of the program.
As we're looking at, distribution system optimization, which is kind of, sort of ultimately where we want to get to.
Sure.
And that benefit as it's associated with grid DERMS, are there priority upgrades, recognizing that these sort of timeframes are a little bit off in terms of when we can get that grid DERMS deployed and realize some of that optimization versus the capital infrastructure budget that we're looking at here across the entire system? Are there priority upgrades that we should employ prior to the deployment of grid DERMS with the expectation that some of that capacity constraint could be more cost effectively managed within the grid DERMS once it is deployed?
So I'm sorry, is the question of what are those priority investments?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the budget, and I think this was supported by the supplemental analysis we did. I think they further reinforced it that, the budget we've put forward, especially from capacity standpoint, is really driven by known growth that we've received applications for and the current state of the system. I think getting the grid ready for these other technologies is going to be really critical. So, the capacity budget that we put forward, I think, is a good roadmap for how to get to a point where we're ready to further optimize the system. I think once we roll out these programs and see how they operate, there may be some potential to defer some of that investment, depending on how it materializes. And for like the DDG program, for example, we're trying to target those areas that are constrained. We're going to be coming up with dispatch schedules that are specific to the feeders that they're going to be operating on, so they can maximize or optimize that specific asset as best they can. So I think we're trying to take some intermediary steps here to help facilitate that. But, I think as I mentioned before, we're seeing such a significant amount of growth that I think we need to try to get out ahead of a little bit to help, enable some of these other technologies to materialize on the system.
Okay. And as you were discussing with one of the previous cross representatives, we were the solar on the distribution system in terms of the benefit to, offsetting those capital improvements or mitigating some of those capacity constraints really requires an alignment with when those are achieving those constraints from a time standpoint. So you were saying, some of the capacity constraints maybe happen a little later than you're getting your solar generation on that feeder. Would that sort of point to sort of targeted program for people who have solar or are putting solar on the system to combine that with energy storage so that those benefits could become aligned?
Is the question, is that a good way to help develop a program for it?
Yeah.
And
might we be able to mitigate some of the costs?
It's having the storage there definitely helps give something that's actually dispatchable that we can rely on. As I put in my rebuttal testimony, where it was a SCADA graph of one of our substation transformers that's heavily penetrated. The fact that there's no storage there, there's 22 megawatt swings from when the clouds are there and then they're not there, within a matter of 20 minutes, I think it was. So from a capacity standpoint, not having the storage there, it makes these intermittent sources not reliable from a peak load, like a guaranteed peak load reduction. So if there were storage there that could smooth that out and help kind of supplement the generation, I think there could be some benefits there. Programmatically, I'm not sure. I'm not a programs person, so I'm sorry.
Design programs.
Yeah, I influence them, but yeah.
I'm wondering, is there a way that we could quantify locational benefits, basically? Clearly, this is going to provide, a higher benefit in some feeders or in some locations than with others. And as we're looking at that programmatic development, and we're able to say, this has a much higher value in this location on the distribution system. Therefore, those are the areas we want to kind of target with maybe higher incentives or locational incentives. Would that be something that could be quantified based on, what the capacity constraints are on that feeder?
I think so. I think you're kind of alluding to like a marginal cost of service study or something like that, where you maybe get some of those locational benefits quantified based on like the investments identified to support that. I know we're looking into that kind of analysis right now to better understand that. And I think that could be something that could kind of what you're referring to, provide some of those locational, just identify those locations to where those could be most beneficial.
Yeah, I think there was maybe a long time ago before, behind the meter storage became more of a thing. There was a look at western facing PV panels, for example, and how, having that later peak with solar production might provide greater value. And I was wondering if something similar is being done or has been done with storage.
Not that I'm aware of, but I know we're trying to perform some of those studies, and to help identify that. And I think some of that first step we did was leaning on that grid needs assessment to help inform the AVPP and the dispatchable distributed generation programs to where they provide the most benefit. But more holistically, I think more analysis could be done to help inform that.
Thanks. And as we're looking at, again, optimizing the efficiency of the distribution system, we're looking at various programs and, future proceedings that maybe that becomes more of a component. Is there a measure that you could see being employed to determine success or measure, how we're doing in terms of performance? Would it be, percentage increase in load factor or some, percentage decrease in capacity constraints at specific feeders? Or what would be the sort of performance indicators that you think would reflect, that we're achieving some programmatic success as relates to, capital investment?
Good question. Are you referring just to specific to distribution capital investment?
Yes.
I think a good way that we can measure that is, the peak load reduction that we were anticipating for these programs to deploy versus what actually materialized. Could be one way.
Feeder, would that be, or?
Yeah, on a feeder level or whatever asset, or a substation transformer, whichever asset's at risk. Now, utilization rate, it's a tricky one. Obviously, we want to maximize utilization of the system, but how our equipment's rated, specifically like transformers, for example, they depend on a cooling cycle overnight so they can actually cool down. So, making it 100% of the time is going to reduce the life of those assets. So we have to, there's some of a balance there that we need to take into account to make sure that our equipment's operating as intended. And if not, we have to kind of change how we rate them. So that's a little more challenging, I think, as a metric. I think the prior one we were talking about, though, like looking at how these programs or these technologies help reduce risk on the system, and comparing it to what we were kind of forecasting versus what materialized, I think would be one way that we could potentially do that.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's helpful.
Mhm.
Last question is, and I think you talked to somebody about this previously.
Probably.
And yeah, you mentioned that you can't revert the load seer to a previous version to evaluate sort of sensitivities, but could the input file from the original forecast just be saved and then for subsequent sensitivity evaluations make a comparison between the two?
I don't know that it's that simple. One thing we are exploring is we have a large language platform that we use internally that we've been uploading some of this kind of information into. Like, one thing we've been exploring is potentially doing that once we finalize a forecast. So those assumptions are kind of stored in a tool that might be able to help us do some of those kind of what ifs based on that level of sensitivity for that scenario. But within the load seer tool, it's not as simple as just like exporting settings and then re-importing it. You pretty much have to remove everything that you've added since that analysis was performed to revert it back. So I think we're looking at ways to do that. Whether or not that's fully within load seer, I think is yet to be seen.
I understand. I really appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Mr. Mino, can we pull up hearing exhibit 123, page 9, table VMD R1? And this is the constraints table. We've had up a bunch. And I guess my first question on this, is this based on actual data and actual load, or is it based on forecasted data? I think actual load after the fact, but can you clear that up for me?
And
Yeah,
sorry,
is that,
Chair,
sorry, go ahead.
did you mean 124 or 123?
I had 123. It's sorry, maybe it's 124. Did I screw that up?
Well, is that his rebuttal testimony?
No, it's Ms. McDermott's.
Ah, okay, that's where I got lost. Give me just a second. 124 page. Can you repeat the page for me?
9.
9. Okay, thank you.
This has been up a bunch. Yeah, if you can, yeah, there you go. So are these constraints based on actual load data, or is this based on a forecast?
This is the actual loading that was experienced in 24.
And how does and what's the tool to do that? Is this in LoadSeer or is this separate from LoadSeer?
The output of loads, I guess, it's part of the process of how we generate those base load curves in LoadSeer, right? We're cleaning up SCADA data and figuring out what our actual loading was on every single asset. And then part of that process helps us determine what the peak was that we're using here to determine what utilization rate it's operating at.
Okay, so this table is based on actual SCADA data and falls out of the SCADA system. And then it sounds like that data is an input into LoadSeer.
Correct.
Okay. So there's a separate tool to do the actual from the LoadSeer. And I guess the next question is, do you conduct a review of LoadSeer accuracy after the fact? I assume LoadSeer forecasts which feeders will be constrained in the coming years. So just curious, if after the fact, does the company assess the accuracy of those projections based on the SCADA data? And I'm just trying to see if there's like a feedback loop there.
There's a feedback loop, but it's not quite how you're characterizing it. It's more so the fact that we do this on an annual basis. It allows us to evaluate the known load growth of the applications we've received. We review those each year to make sure that they're still moving forward as originally planned. If for some reason a project got canceled, we'll remove that as an input to our forecast. If a project's delayed, we'll shift that out in time. So the check is more on an annual basis as we're computing the forecast. The way that you were kind of describing it is really challenging because of how dynamic this system is. As we saw between the original forecast that we provided in the original case and the supplemental analysis that I supported in my second supplemental direct testimony, we saw a significant uptick in growth between those years, that 1 year there. So to measure the accuracy, 4 or 5 years out becomes really challenging because of how dynamic the system is. Our opinion is it's better done on an annual basis and truing up the known assumptions that we're inputting into the forecast based on the boots on the ground and how these customer projects are moving forward, since that's driving the short-term growth in the system.
And the growth you saw in the system, was that on the SCADA or was that on the LoadSeer?
The growth in the short term, so like 0 to 3 years in the forecast, is overwhelmingly.
Or like even the growth between the what was presented in direct and what you presented in supplemental. Was that growth in SCADA or was that a growth in LoadSeer?
So the newer forecasts leverage updated SCADA information as our baseline, what the system is currently operating at. And then the incremental growth we saw was, if not entirely, mostly new service applications that we received within that year, driving that. So it's some of the SCADA, maybe if some of those loads came online, that would be reflected in the SCADA, which was kind of our baseline growth or load on the system. And then the other factor was the new service applications that we had received between, the original filing and the supplemental analysis.
And on this record, is there a way to distinguish between the two?
I believe we provided the information through discovery, subject to check, but we had provided, I think that was one of the curves that you had shared on the technical conference where you were showing the aggregate of all those different technologies. I thought we had provided that breakdown, of the base load, so the existing load on the system, for that specific forecast, and then the new growth that we were anticipating. So I think some of that's there. It may not be as nuanced as you were maybe alluding to there, but I think.
Okay, well, we'll get there. I'm going to try and reshow that graph.
Okay.
And I guess just following up on a discussion that Mr. Kenny and Mr. Eiley pushed to you about how do we prioritize among these projects. I can certainly understand that we need to address the 100% constrained lines right away, and hopefully you're already starting to do that with the money that's already been approved. But say we don't want to approve the full funding to address all the 75 to 100% constraints right now for whatever reason. How would you go about prioritizing among those constrained feeders, the 258, if we required the company to do that?
Yeah, it's not an easy question to answer. These are really being driven by customer growth, right? So not resolving all of those above 75% pushes us into that reactive approach that has kind of led us to this point. And then if we don't prioritize these for customers, that money is still going to be spent through our new business. We have to hook these customers up, right? So that's going to be reflected in other budgets if it's not in our capacity budget. So it's a tough question to answer. We would prioritize it based on the severity of the risk that we're trying to resolve, but that may result in customers waiting longer for hookup, multiple years potentially, if we're in that reactive mindset again. So it's tough. We would make some prioritization. We would whatever we're directed to spend, we would spend that accordingly and prioritize that accordingly. But that may cause costs to materialize in other budgets that we would need to support customer growth. So it's kind of like whack-a-mole almost.
You can take this down. I just want to talk with you a little about the load forecast. Starting with EVs, if I represented to you that the company does not distinguish between plug-in EVs and normal EVs, normal battery EVs in its forecasting, would you have any reason to doubt that?
I wouldn't.
Okay. And in the JTS, if I represented to you that the PUC found that by not distinguishing between plug-ins and battery EVs, that the company likely overstated the potential impact of EVs to peak, would you have any reason to doubt that?
I wouldn't.
Okay. Can we pull up what has been marked as hearing exhibit 2309? And I think this is the graph you're talking about from the pre-hearing conference. And let me represent to you that this is a load shape for new residential customers for the peak demand summer day in 2030. It was prepared by our team for that pre-hearing conference based on the hourly load data that the company provided in response to a completeness request. I guess subject to later Chuck, would you accept that representation?
Yeah, I remember us talking about this graph.
Okay. And do you see how EV charging is low at around 8 a.m. in the morning, maybe 50 to 80 megawatts?
Yeah, I see that. There's less contribution at that time.
And do you see how the incremental EV load contribution to summer system peak increases to about 600 megawatts by 7 to 11 p.m.?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So if we were able to collectively shift this EV charging entirely to off-peak or another day, say through a mix of program incentives, rate structures, virtual power plants, is it possible that it would reduce peak demand and perhaps the need to build out the distribution system? I guess, does it make the challenges you talked about in trying to keep up any easier if we can address this?
Yeah, I think that could be one way. I would just kind of caveat that with, our capital budget, especially the capacity budget we put forward, again, is really driving short-term needs on the system. I think the influence of these curves doesn't really materialize till later in our 10-year forecast, 2030, in this time period here. All but, as I mentioned before, all but 7 of our capacity projects that we've put forward are resolving short-term needs, so 0 to 3 years, which is being driven by actual service applications we receive from customers. I think once we kind of get ahead of this a little bit, I think then that program would go a long way to support, the less of a need to maybe drive capacity projects forward in the long term. But, I think the budget we provided here, I think, shows that we need to act, as soon as we can to support the growth that we're seeing on the system, in addition to alleviating the constraints that you had shown in the previous table.
You can take this down. Do you have that? Well, let me ask the rest of my questions, and then I'll come back to that one. If I represented to you in the JTS that the commission ordered the company to significantly revise its managed charging assumptions and to adjust the EV load forecast and shape prior to acquiring new resources, would you have any reason to doubt that representation?
I don't. I wasn't involved in that case, but I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Okay. And finally, if I represented to you that in the JTS, the commission had significant concerns with the beneficial electrification forecast and asked the company to revise it before putting out a final generation RFP, would you have any reason to doubt that?
Again, yeah, I have no reason to doubt that.
All right. So here's where I'm going with this. In the JTS, we asked the company to revise the load forecast. In response, the company will likely timely develop an alternative generation and transmission portfolio in terms of size and composition, and in a way that will provide common sense and transparent outcomes as compared to an initial baseline. In this case, it just seems like we're presented with a very large expansion in capital spending based on assumptions that we've already determined in the JTS to be inappropriate, but don't seem to have any ability to adjust in the distribution capital spending or priorities or compare anything to the initial baseline. And I guess the question is, can you understand why this could cause the commission some significant frustration and make us struggle to approve this increase in distribution capital spending?
Yeah, I can certainly appreciate the position the commission's in for the significant increase in the budget that we put forward in this case. I guess I would respond to that with those assumptions that we were just talking about really don't drive the capital investment in the short term. And I think that's the part that I'm struggling with is the short-term growth that we're seeing just from service applications is overwhelmingly driving the need for this investment on the system, which is as I alluded to in the grid needs assessment, of the 180 projects, that capacity projects that we had originally mapped out, all but 7 are solving short-term needs on the system. So
can I just interrupt you? Is the need the 75% or is the need the 100%? The need is the 75%.
the need is from an N-0, so an overload in normal state is, between 75 and 100%. It could be anywhere in that range here. And then for N-1, is anything over 100%. If we were to lose an asset and had to shift load around, we would look at that 100% continuous rating. So, just because a feeder is at risk, it just goes beyond 75% in, say, 2027. And is marginally over that. That's not really going to rise to the level of need on the system that we're going to fund. Like I mentioned before, like 11% of the risks in our grid need assessment is not funded today, many of which are N-0 overloads. So we're already kind of doing that in sense of, prioritizing the risk to mitigate based on the severity and the, what's the megawatt overload, how many hours in the year that risk is present. We're making that prioritization already. And, I think it's evident based on the fact that we're not spending money on 10% of the risks, shows that we're trying to balance that cost versus the need on the system.
Would it be possible for you to get just the pure SCADA data between the direct case and your completeness filing so we can see how that's changed, however you do it? And can we see the actual data on the service applications? And just to give you a sense of what I'm struggling with, historical growth in Colorado in your service territory has been like 0.2 or 0.3%. And now in this case, you're telling us it's increasing by a factor of 20 times. And it's just a struggle.
I guess
To know,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, sometimes it's like 40 times, and it's just a struggle. But can you help me understand what's driving the applications? We haven't seen, material sales growth in 15 years in your service territory, largely because of effective energy efficiency. So can you help me understand what's changed? Especially given the forecasts we're seeing,
Sure.
To try and manage rate impact that, we had a lot of skepticism in the JTS. So can you help me understand what's driving the applications and what's changed from the patterns we've seen over 15 years?
Yeah, we've seen a more than doubling of service applications coming out of the pandemic, as I alluded to previously. And I think we discussed this on the barriers to BE and DER docket last year, where, prior to coming out of the pandemic, we were receiving about 1,100 new service applications per year. And then in 23, we were seeing 2,400 new service applications. So not only is the volume increasing, but the demand density is also increasing, right? And some of these are all electric buildings. Some of these are large industrial or data centers. Some of these are residential developments that are becoming, are ready for, are EV ready essentially. So we're seeing more technologies being adopted, up front with some of these service applications, which I think is driving some of that. And maybe that doesn't all materialize day one, but, it could at any time that we don't necessarily have the insights into after we get that application initially. So, we have to kind of balance being able to handle that kind of demand on the system that may materialize, So I think those are the main drivers there. That's really is really where we've seen that level of growth. I've been playing distribution systems for over a decade now, and I haven't seen this level of growth in any time in my career that we're seeing, in the last 2 years here. And it hasn't let up coming out of the pandemic at all. It's been, if not staying steady with that 2,400, if not, it's even increasing beyond that. So, I think we're kind of seeing like an exponential kind of growth there when it comes to what we've seen historically and what we're starting to face today, which is exacerbating some of those risks. And I think that's why we saw such an uptick in risk between the original DSP case and the current one that we're discussing.
Well, if you could provide the data on the service applications as far back as you can, and if anything, you can talk about what you're seeing on the SCADA system, between the direct and the completeness filing, it would be very helpful to me. I just have to say, when I look at that load shape, that 2030 load shape, it just, I mean, I would struggle to approve much capital spending based on that. It just seems like collectively we could do better. But if you have real SCADA data and real application, that suggests we're in a different world from where we were 15 years ago. That would help me on the capital, because I just have to say right now, I'm really skeptical. So I don't know, any comments on all that?
Yeah, I think we could pull some of that information together to kind of help illustrate what we're seeing and what we're facing on our side to support our customers. But I would just kind of reiterate that the 2030 loading values isn't what's driving this budget by any means. I mean, really, our capacity checks or our new service applications that we're aware of are really 27 through 28, in that between now and 27 or 28. And that's overwhelmingly what's driving the need for this budget at this time. It's not necessarily those growth factors that we've allocated through our load seer tool. It's current loading and it's current, customer applications that we have on our plate.
But I'm just worried that for a new customer in 2027, you're applying that, load shape that shows multiple EVs charging on system peak. So, I mean, it's just really tough to see that that's going to be something that persists. So, I mean, is that true? I mean, I'm not trying to, it's the individual customer load shape and how it contributes to system peak that's bothering me. It's not I showed the 2030 graph because that's the data you provided.
Sure.
We didn't have anything else. But I'm worried that each new application has that same load shape being applied to it.
Yeah, no, so we are using the load shape, depending on what kind of customers are applying. We are applying those load shapes in the forecast there. So there's some of that, but I still would argue that that's not what's driving the need for these investments. But I think the information we provide you after the hearing, I think, might help shine some more light on that.
If you could provide it during the hearing.
Okay, or whenever we can pull it. Yeah, I'll have to see what we can do.
Just a last comment, which I'd ask you to react to. The first wind purchase in Colorado was 5 megawatts. And the buildup in resource acquisition and capital spending evolved over time as the modeling and analytical tools improved. And it's just, I guess the question is, why shouldn't we be doing something similar here? Being a little more humble in our capital spending until we can, get improved modeling tools and analytical capability. And I guess you've answered that question by saying because of the short-term constraint.
Short-term constraint and the uptick in new requests for the system, I think that's really where I'm struggling, just because these are very real applications that, we're dealing with each of these customers and trying to make sure we can hook them up in a timely manner. So I appreciate your struggle there. I have my own struggles with this process in terms of how we support our customers. So yeah, I don't know that I have a good answer for you. It's just the reality we're facing, unfortunately.
Well, if you could provide the actual data, I think, just speaking for myself, we want to build out the system if there's real applications and the SCADA data is showing it. But it's a struggle to build out the system so everybody who owns an EV can charge during the exact summer system peak. So it's two very different things. And if you could help us separate it out, that'd be great.
Okay. We do.
That's all I got. Commissioner Gilman, I'd say let's take a 45-minute break till 1 p.m. and then we'll come back with your questioning. That work?
That sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks all. See you at 1.
See you soon.
Is Public Service Company Counsel out there? Oh, there you are, Mr. Simsar. Hey, just to clarify the request from our discussion before, if there's anything already in this record or in the discovery responses that would get to the SCADA data or the growth in applications, I'd welcome that. I don't think at this point I'm asking for new information or new data. Just if there's anything in the record, that'd be great. And I don't think we see all the discovery responses. So just clarifying that that's a request. We're not seeking new information. So does that make sense, Mr. Simsar?
It makes perfect sense, Chair Blank. Just to let you know, in hearing exhibit 105C DCM-5, that is 3 years of historic raw SCADA data.
Can you repeat it again?
Hearing exhibit 105C DCM-5. That is confidential, however, so just to let folks know. We've also been talking here in the lunch break, the additional, what I call the McDermott charts that we've all seen, all hearing. Commissioner Gilman's request to provide some historic ones, we think will actually help put that raw SCADA data into context for everybody and can be a helpful demonstrative exhibit for you all.
That'd be awesome. Thank you for accommodating that request and helping me avoid creating a due process mess. So on both accounts.
We wouldn't object anyway, but
I know. Commissioner Gilman, well, let's see if there's any preliminary matters before we jump to Commissioner Gilman.
Just one other one on that request. We are assessing the application data that you requested, Chair Blank, and trying to determine the best way to present it. So we'll have an update for you sometime tomorrow.
All right, Commissioner Gilman, you're up.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, that application data was just brought up in your questioning. You were asking for some view of like the trending of application data. Is that right?
Yeah, I was just asking if there was anything on this record that showed, what was going on with applications, which would be helpful, at least to me.
Okay.
Did you have further questions, comments on that, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Gilman?
I mean, in order to make sure it's useful, like some granularity, so capacity and number, reasonable details like that, so we can actually tell what's going on rather than say just the number of applications. We're largely talking about capacity here, so understanding both would be very helpful.
Yes, Commissioner Gilman, we are trying to determine what we have available and can present. Just one note, those applications usually come in as a PDF, so they're not in a massive database that's easy to query, but we'll see what we can do.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Gilman, you're up.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Mino.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm sorry I was like one of the 100th person to ask if it was Mino or Mino. But
You're good. I get it all the time.
I know.
I'm sorry. If you had like one more vowel in there, we'd be sure, but I'm just not really sure. Okay. So I have a few questions that were kicked to you from other witnesses. And so I'll try and have this go in some reasonable order, but got a lot to go over. So my first question is, and we don't really have to look at this. I think you're probably pretty familiar, but on page 18 of the plan document, there was a figure called plan outcomes that proposed building 35 additional substations, 88 additional banks, and 306 additional feeders. Are you roughly familiar with that?
I am.
I just wanted to understand, are those the numbers represented in the company's 5-year capital plan or the numbers represented in this 3-year expenditure plan?
That is representative of the 5-year plan.
Okay. And has that changed or that's still up to date with the company's current planning?
Are you referring to like the most recent forecast and effort we put together?
Yeah.
I think it may have shifted a little bit, but but I think that's largely directionally and still accurate.
Okay. Another question that folks suggested I ask you was if the capacities or kind of safe loading limits on certain pieces of distribution system equipment change depending on if you're planning for the highest possible temperature for a summer peak or the lowest possible temperature for a winter peak. So I was curious if you had any insights into if those do change in actuality, the capacity or safe capacity limit.
Some of them do, some of them don't. It's really, I would think of it as how is this piece of equipment able to dissipate heat? So things like transformers, overhead equipment, pad mounted equipment that's above ground, those are all subject to the ambient temperatures, which help cool the equipment. So I think they increases the ampacity on those pieces of equipment to a certain degree. Underground assets like cables, equipment within manholes, all our underground routed equipment, those aren't able to dissipate heat as well. So there may be some marginal gains there, but I don't think it would be as substantial as the overhead or pad mounted equipment. So it's not a one size fits all essentially.
Yeah, and by increasing capacity, you're increasing wattage or capacity.
Yeah, amount of current that can go through the piece of equipment.
Okay. Do you have any understanding for us of the scale that changes if you're now dealing with winter conditions rather than summer conditions for peaking assumption?
It's in addition to what I said, there's other elements that are involved with that, such as like elevation plays a role and the amount of air that's available to cool down equipment. So there's different components of that. So like equipment in the mountain system, while that's a winter peaking system, there's less air available to cool down equipment than if you were in the front range here. So it's not a one size fits all, but I mean, I think we could probably provide some, I'd have to dig it up. I don't have it on hand, but we could probably provide some high level indicative values for certain pieces of equipment.
Okay. And I'm just trying to understand probably more in anticipation of the company's next DSP, which will take us closer to the time frame in which the company anticipates becoming winter peaking. If the company has active plans to transition, evaluate how you are evaluating the capacity of the equipment.
Yeah, I think as Ms. McDermott mentioned, we are looking into that. I think it makes sense to look at how winter ratings could apply. So both summer and winter ratings, depending on the season. Certain pieces of equipment may not change because of the nature of their ability to dissipate that heat, but it is something that we are looking into.
Okay. I'm curious, as load seer seems to be this kind of constant iteration updated, do AMI and SCADA data import into load seer?
The SCADA data does. So we pull in the way the process works is we review and scrub 3 years of historic loading data, SCADA data for each individual asset, so feeders and substation transformers. That helps create our TLY, our typical load year curve that we plan to, and that all future growth gets layered onto. So that SCADA input is a direct input into load seer. AMI, I don't know that it is today. I think we intend to pull that in for individual premises down the road, but I'm not quite sure on the nuances there. I'd have to check with my SME on my team that handles that. But but we do intend to use AMI to help inform our load curves that we develop, that we use for future adoption of technologies. But SCADA is a core input to the load seer process.
Okay. And if the AMI data were imported into load seer, would that automatically help inform those load shapes, or like are we more ignorant as to load shapes without that getting imported?
I think the way we would use the AMI would be to develop the load curves for the individual technology types based on actual usage by our customers, assuming we could differentiate, the different pieces of equipment behind their meter. But yeah, I think that would be used to help inform the load shapes that we apply for the growth.
Okay.
And
And is load seer used at all to do that AMI analysis, or that AMI analysis of disaggregating certain loads and their load shapes would be done in some other way?
that would be done outside of that load seer process.
Okay.
And the outcome of that process would be, how it would develop the load curves that we then use as an input in the load seer.
Okay. And with what regularity is the SCADA data imported in and kind of updated?
Every year. So we scrub 3 years of historic loading data every year to generate that forecast. So we've already done the previous 2 when it comes to the next forecast cycles because we did it the previous year. So we're looking at that last year, scrubbing that and kind of concatenating that with the other data that we've done previously. So we're constantly reviewing that SCADA data and updating our typical load year curves that serve as the foundation for our forecast.
Okay, but it's only brought into load seer once a year.
Right, because we have our annual process.
Okay.
That's not the part that doesn't change as frequently as some other things like new growth that we're adding in on a regular basis. Things like
Okay.
that.
And how granular is that SCADA data? Is that like every distribution piece of equipment? Is it only a subset?
I think there's maybe like a half a dozen at like feeders and transformers that don't have SCADA. We have pretty much all of our equipment, all of our distribution feeders, all of our substation transformers. There's a handful that don't have SCADA, and typically that is on like a 5-second reading. So there's very granular data on the feeder level, and I think the bank is around that same time. So we have very, very granular data when it comes to SCADA.
And every one that you have gets imported into that load seer update.
Correct.
Okay. And then just to follow up kind of on a question that I think Commissioner Plant asked you in terms of figuring out if you were capable of saving different versions of load seer. I think you were not sure. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't believe that it's as simple as just like exporting like a file that contains all the assumptions that was used, and then you can re-import it and revert back. I don't think it works that way. So yeah, I don't think we're capable of doing that.
Do you understand if you would be able to run multiple licenses of the software in order to evaluate multiple scenarios?
So we can run multiple scenarios today. We just need to make sure that we embark on that process at the same time, right? So like I mentioned previously, like this forecast cycle that we're gearing up to start next month, we plan on running a high forecast, a state policy forecast, like a low forecast. Those are the ones that we plan on running in load seer, and those will all have the same assumptions going into them. At least the foundational equipment, like assumptions. The growth beyond that is dictated by the scenario, but so we're able to run multiple scenarios within load seer itself. It's just to go back in time and run a new scenario based on assumptions that were used previously. That's the part is the hang up here.
Okay. And largely the changes that load seer has undergone in the interim are related to capacity checks, actually received applications. Is that right?
That's the primary thing that's changing. Also, if we in-service a new asset, then we'll update the load seer to reflect that. So the new service applications is the main change that occurs.
Okay. And with what regularity do you update load seer with new service application locations and capacities?
It's typically part of our closeout process as we review a service application. So as we review it, we approve it. We typically, for the most part, add them into the load seer in a real-time basis. Sometimes we'll kind of queue them up and bulk upload them, but for the most part, they get updated in real time.
Okay, got it. And so just trying to think this through for the next DSP, because I think you've heard some concerns from us and others around really the inability to review different scenarios given this issue of going back in time. And so if in the next DSP, the commission thought it was a priority to evaluate different scenarios. Sounds like that would have to all be done up front. So there would need to be some process by which to kind of bless or direct what versions of scenarios should be run prior to the DSP.
I think that'd be the best way to go about it. So, you know, we understand the assumptions going into it. Everyone's on the same page for how these will be conducted. So yeah, I think if we understand that prior to beginning the forecast cycle, which if depending on when the next DSP is, you know, that could be either now or that could be, you know, next August or, you know, next summer, to prepare for that forecast cycle.
Okay, got it. And then question for you on one of your confidential attachments, but we don't need to bring it up. AG 105 DCM2, I think that's the grid needs assessment. Yeah, that's the grid needs assessment.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious in looking at these projects, you know, you do identify certain like risk types and things, but I don't see kind of the clarification to understand what utilization limit. So like comparing back to those utilization charts, right? That we talked about for banks and feeders, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So I don't see any way to kind of cross-reference or understand. If I look at a certain project, I see the risk type, it's N-0, it's N-1, but I don't understand, are we already at 100% on this project? Are we just at the 75%? Is that information available?
So in that same table, there's that first year that the risk is materializing. So, you know, if the risk is in the first year of the forecast that we filed was 2025. So if that risk is present in 2025 and it's a substantial risk, then that indicates that it's likely an existing risk that just is getting exacerbated by growth.
How would I know it's substantial? Sorry.
The load at risk, so column F on that tab shows the magnitude of the loading. So you can see
Okay.
How overloaded that is.
Okay. So if it's a very near term year, and a relatively high number in column F, that would indicate it's probably closer to the 100% than 75 or lower.
If it's below 75%, it won't show up on here. You know, if the first year the risk, like for example, one's in like 2033, so that means that that's the future growth that's really driving that overload. But if it's in 2025 and there's, you know, then chances are then that's either a risk that we're anticipating in 2025 to materialize that maybe wasn't present in 2024, or it was a 2024 risk that is grown in magnitude since it initially materialized on the system.
Okay. And then the first year of risk, yeah, it's kind of indicating probably to some degree that percentage utilization rate or where we're at, or when you anticipate having a problem with that, right? A problem being 75% or more.
The risk, yeah. So column D is the risk code. So N-0s for feeders is being compared against 75% of its continuous rating. For transformers, it's 100% of its nameplate rating. So if you see an N-0, then you can determine that magnitude of demand or that magnitude of load at risk is what's beyond that 75% rating for that N-0 for the feeder.
Is there any way to know what's beyond the 100%, like to identify which of these are at the 100%?
You can kind of back that out through the math. So, you know, for like a 13.2 feeder, 25%.
I'll just remind you, we're not in confidential session, so be vague.
Yeah. So you can do the math, right, and assume what 25% of, you know, of that the feeder rating would be, and if the magnitude of the load at risk exceeds that, then you can determine that is over that 100%. So there's some math involved to be able to determine that, but you can determine that through the information present.
Okay. And what can I infer from a load that's first at year risk is as far out as 2033? Is that already surpassing? I mean, there might be some math involved, but is that already surpassing the 75% level, or is anticipated to with the forecasted growth, or what?
Yeah, so that first year of risk, if it's for your example, if it first materializes in 2033, then that's the forecast that is driving that overload or contingency, whichever type of risk it is. So the further out in time it is, the more it's being influenced by all those different growth vectors that we allocated through load SEER to generate our forecast. The short-term risks that we're seeing from an overload perspective are really being driven by new service application demand. So that short-term, long-term determination in column F or H on that document, short-term is really being driven by the current loading on the system plus the short-term growth that we've already received applications for. The long-term risks are really, they're accounting for the short-term growth as well, but that's, I think it's the growth beyond that. So like the BE, the EVs that we've allocated is what's kind of putting it over the top. So more of it being a risk.
Those long-term risk items are not proposed to be funded in this.
DSP. No, I don't. That's not fully true. So I mean, the projects are being driven by the short term, but if there's a long-term risk that we're seeing there, that can be mitigated by the project we're proposing, we'll take care of that while we're in the area, so we gain those economies of scale and those efficiencies for deploying infrastructure. So we'll resolve if we're able to without really driving the scope up. We'll try to resolve all those risks in a given area at one time. Some of them may be long term, but the short term ones are really driving the need for that project.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I think those are my only questions on that, and I appreciate you helping me with the vagueness so we didn't have to.
Sure. Yeah, we still have to go to confidential.
Hey,
Okay.
Megan, Commissioner Goodman, can you just say the hearing exhibit number again? Sorry.
Yeah, that's hearing exhibit 105, DCM 2C, and we were primarily looking at the grid needs assessment tab for those references.
Correct.
Thank you. I lost that.
No, you're good. Okay, how to move on to a couple questions about capacity check. A couple's generous. It's more than a couple.
I'm here all day.
For certain segments of your system, especially like new subdivisions or larger projects, I'm curious what sort of insights the company might have into predominant equipment types, especially with regards to like BE for heating or EV integration.
Sure. Yeah, so we require quite a bit of information for a service application for us to be deemed complete. So as I was talking to in the Stanfield earlier, right, it requires a site plan that shows a layout of the premise that's being developed. It requires panel schedules, so what kind of loads are being added to the panel serving that premise. So through that, we get quite a bit of information. We'll know if it's all electric or not, and what kind of equipment at a high level they're calling for. We'll understand if they're deploying EV chargers day one, or if they're just kind of making it EV ready to be able to hook up a charger pretty easily. For referring to residential here, and then for commercial, we get that information as well. The types of equipment like motors are adding different pieces of equipment. So we have a pretty good idea of what's going in for each building that's going forward.
Okay. Do you track that at all to kind of understand the prevalence or trending of different equipment types?
I think we do at a high level, because when we add those in the load SEER as what we call a map adjustment, which is just load SEER's term for capacity check or new service application, we'll add the curve that corresponds to the different technologies that they're adding. So through that, we get what we anticipate the actual P contribution to be for each of these technologies for that premise, and then those time series curves will dictate how that rolls up to the feeder or the transformer, or whatever level we're looking at, based on the existing loading on that asset plus layering on these other curves.
So it seems like load SEER kind of knows it to build the load curves appropriately, but do you track it otherwise in terms of helping to understand adoption curves, or what premises we could understand have these technologies to better understand the load curves in actuality rather than in forecast?
I believe so. I I don't know for sure, but I believe we do. Especially if they're like part of our program. So if we're deploying like heat pumps through a program or EV chargers through a program, that information we have and track. For ones outside that program, I don't know exactly how we track that. I think part of the intent is leveraging AMI to help disaggregate some of that demand behind a meter so we can better understand and inform our models accordingly. But I would say we don't know about all of them, but I think we know about a good amount of them.
Okay. And I kind of went over this with Mr. Pollock, but curious on your perspective. Does the company have any kind of explicit efforts or internal programs to coordinate understanding what customers have, these certain types of technologies, to better track what the actual load looks like?
I'm not sure. If there are, I'm not involved with them. So I can answer your question. I might have to lean on what Mr. Pollock stated.
Okay. Okay, so for capacity checks, you indicated that the megawatt load of capacity checks increased between the direct and supplemental testimonies which were filed, right?
The number of applications definitely did, and I don't have the information in front of me, but based on my conversations with my team, the density of demand also increased.
Okay. Yeah, and we can look at hearing exhibit 114, which is you called it second supplemental direct testimony.
I had a few of those, yeah.
On page 32 has a table that I think shows the comparison. So there, I think you'll see the company changed the capacity checks from 1551 to 1824 megawatts. You see that?
Yes.
And so I wanted your help to put that into context. How does that compare to your capacity check queue at any point in time over the last several years? Is this a higher amount? This is on par with the last several years? Help me understand the trend.
I can help you understand the trend from the quantity that we've received. And I shouldn't just note a little bit of a nuance here. So capacity checks, that's not all encompassing for new service applications. Those are ones that hit a certain demand threshold that warrant coming to our team for review. So the number that I'm going to tell you here in a minute are ones that exceeded like 500 kW that came to my team for review. So I would say and I think we discussed this in the barriers to BE, so I think we pulled this information from that docket and the presentation we provided in there. But between 2018 and 2022, we averaged about 1,100 capacity checks. So those service applications that rose to that level of demand to come to my team, right, which is around 500 kW. And then in 2023, we had 2,400. So more than doubling of what the average was for the previous 5 years. I don't have the megawatt value in front of me to kind of validate what you're showing here from a trending perspective, but the quantity of applications that we've received has significantly increased coming out of the pandemic. And with that, the higher density demands, like I was alluding to before, is coming through as well.
So that's a 2023 figure. Do you have 2024 or like a proportional 2025 number?
I don't off the top of my head, but I think that's one of the things we were taking back to the team to see what we could provide during the hearing here.
And then just help me understand, you had mentioned like the 500 kilowatt plus crowd. Is what I'm looking at here on capacity checks on this table and what the company's represented, that's like of all sizes that you've received, or this is only of certain size range?
This is the ones that exceeded that loading threshold that would trigger a capacity check. So in our new service application process, smaller ones, we just allow to connect to the system. They don't come to my team for review. That's just kind of like the year-to-year growth that we see, to a certain extent. These larger ones that have a larger impact to the system, come to my team for review. So this number here is just the ones that my team has reviewed. It's not all encompassing of every single service application that we've received.
Okay, and what's the size determination that gets you on this list?
500 kW generally.
Okay. So so that could be, say, like a single commercial facility, or would like a housing development that in total makes that also make this list?
Yeah, depending on the number of homes being added and, the square footage, if it's all electric, right? There's a lot of variables that go into what their demand is going to be. And if it hits that threshold, then it comes to my team for review. If it's below that, we just allow that to connect to the system.
Okay, all right, understood. Okay, sorry. We covered a few questions ahead of time, so let me see where I am. And so do you have an understanding of when most of these loads will hit? Like, is that built into the forecast, or these are assumed? Like, I'm looking at, a fairly large number here. And in my understanding with you, these are kind of the largest projects that you see coming, which typically take longer to build. Maybe that's so. Like, in what year do we actually expect this load to come or to be in full?
Yeah, so in their application, the customers indicate when they need service by. For larger ones, let's use a data center, for example, those are much larger demands, and they typically give us like a phased development over time. So depending on the type of customer, we'll know when that load is anticipated to hit the system, and then we'll add it into the forecast for that corresponding year. If it's a larger development that's going to happen over time, we'll phase in that demand by year in our forecast. So we're not just saying it's all going to happen day one, if that's not really the case. So we try to take into account the customer development plans as we enter it into the forecast. And then through our annual cycle that we go through for our forecasting process, we re-review all those capacity checks we've looked at previously to see have they gone to service, or have they been canceled, or have they been delayed, and we'll shift them accordingly within their forecast. So that way we're keeping it as accurate as we can.
Okay. One follow-up to that, but first a question on this. What would cause this to decrease in certain areas? Like Boulder has like a 50% decrease. What would cause that?
I have to go back and look at the specifics around it. There could have been a big project that dropped off, or maybe it was pushed out in time. I don't know without digging into the specifics, but like I mentioned before, sometimes projects get canceled. Sometimes, they get shifted and they get deferred or pushed out in time. And so there's a few variables that can contribute to that. I can't speak to the specifics here without really kind of doing a deeper dive and just trying to understand what that difference was.
Okay. And would your team kind of by default, in the way you're on a rolling basis updating loads here with regard to the capacity checks, if you hear a project's canceled, you're going to go in there and
remove it? Yep. We'll take that out of the forecast, so that way we're not accounting for something that's not going to materialize.
Okay. I think we're done with this exhibit. Thank you so much. A few other questions on that. So you had said, not all of these materialize for whatever reason. Does the company track or have data related to the attrition related to loads and capacity checks?
For the actual loads that are per capacity check?
Yeah, so I guess I could foresee two circumstances. One, a capacity check load shows up but does not get as big as you thought. Or the second, it doesn't show up at all, project got canceled, whatever. Do you track any of that? I mean, I understand you make the adjustment in loads here, but do you track it to kind of understand the certainty of capacity checks?
I don't think we track it in that manner. If we do determine through our annual process that a new application has gone into service, we check and see when that happened. So if it was like in the beginning of the year, and that new load is not reflected in the SCADA data that we're using as an input into our forecast, then we'll remove that cap check because it's already been in serviced. And then whatever their actual load contribution is to the system will be reflected in the SCADA data. So that's typically how we handle that. You know,
Do you compare how their actual load compares to what their service request was for ever?
I think some of the organizations in our team check some of that stuff. I'd have to double check on that. I think we use our engineering judgment based on the types of demands being added, based on what we've seen historically for that customer type. And then, you know, once it goes into service, then is part of the system now, and that's reflected in the loading. But I'd have to double check on that specific.
Okay. And do you have any kind of broad concept in your mind, being one of the main people, it sounds like, who deals with this? What percent of projects that were in for capacity checks, or what percent of load, I don't know if it should be number or load, end up getting canceled?
I don't. So even with the numbers we do have, it's kind of hard. So sometimes like an application could get canceled, and then they reapply for the same premise, and kind of tracking that is difficult. But I think we could look at some of the codes that are used within our tool that we use for it, and there's a cancel code that we could probably pull and check. But yeah, there's some caveats to that.
Do you have a gut for how frequently that happens?
If they're applying for an actual service, you know, they've sunk a substantial amount of money into their project, as Ms. Stanfield kind of alluded to in that confidential hearing or portion this morning. You know, they had to get the civil engineers to come out to help develop their site plan. You know, they had to do electrical calculations. So there's quite a bit of upfront work. So it's not as common for them to cancel. I mean, it does happen, but I don't know that I have a good feel for what that number is.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I wanted to go to your direct testimony, which is 105. And look at page 26, which has a figure called DCMD8. And I just wanted to understand, I definitely could have missed it. Have you recreated this figure at all with the more recent capacity check forecast?
I don't believe we did, but I think we have the data to do so if needed.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't like inherently using something where I could have been using something. Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe we recreated this for my second supplemental direct based on the supplemental analysis.
Okay. So this figure shows essentially the, well, it says aggregate non-coincident results of the base forecast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the base forecast was what was used for the grid needs assessment.
And the budget, yep.
Okay. So capacity checks are here in like the light tan color, and they look to grow over the entire like 10-year horizon that we're looking at. So I'm curious, are those capacity checks that you've already received, and that's just the phasing you expect the load to show up, or is this a forecast of capacity checks you don't yet have in hand?
No, if it's a capacity check, that means we've received an application for it. So this is a cumulative over time growth that we're determining, or we're anticipating from these capacity checks based on the customer plans. So it's cumulative over time.
Okay. So in this, you're not saying, well, we'll get 5% more capacity checks every year. You're saying we have these actual applications, and here's their phase in of load. And so that's why the TAN is growing.
That's correct.
Okay. So all of the TAN is actual received applications all the way through 2034, and none of that is forecast.
That's correct. Yeah. Anything that's labeled as a capacity check is actual applications received.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that for me. Okay. So, you had said you get 2,400 new service applications a year or 24,000? I'm sorry. I wrote two different
In 23, we received around 2,400 capacity checks, so service applications in that year.
Okay. Can you help me understand what's the rough number of new customers you energize per year to kind of compare to that?
I don't have recent numbers. I thought we were in the Bears at BE. I believe we provided like how many meters we set per year. I thought it was around like 20,000 or something along those lines, but I'm speculating there. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay. And then getting into some of what's in some of these numbers. So for the BE then, which is green, which is the third set, I don't know what to call it, the third entry here. That grows considerably over the years, and that's based on the Clean Heat Plan adoption curves as well as your assumptions for peak capacity.
That is just the incremental beneficial electrification demand being allocated through load SEER.
Okay. And that's based on the Clean Heat Plan forecast? Like a Clean Heat Plan aligned?
Yeah, whichever one. I forget the exact one that we used in this, but yeah, it was based on the Clean Heat filing. Just depends on the vintage based on the timing of the forecast and that filing.
Okay. And you had indicated that you're getting more capacity checks, more projects, but also the projects look larger generally, right? And one reason for that might be beneficial electrification assumed in some of those projects, like housing developments that are all electric.
That's partly contributing to it.
Okay. Are you seeing a significant uptick then based on that comment in residential new developments that are all electric?
I think we're seeing an increasing amount of those come through to us for new service.
Okay. And I'm trying to figure out if there would be any overlap in the capacity checks. I mean, if that's representing your largest new residential developments, in addition to other things, but like your largest new residential developments would be housed in there. And a significantly higher percent of new housing developments are doing all electric. It seems to me there could be some double counting in what we're assuming for the adoption curves of BE, and some of it is like already planned in these housing developments that you have in your capacity check inherently, because some of them are all electric. Are you following what I'm saying?
I think so, but can you just repeat that one more time just to make sure?
Yeah. I want to know how you're not double counting some amount of BE when the green looks at the adoption curve that's like Clean Heat Plan aligned, let's say, but inherently in your capacity checks, that includes probably the largest residential new developments you'll see, you say an increasing amount of which are all electric. So it seems as though some of that BE is already perhaps being represented in what you expect from these new all-electric housing developments.
I don't know if I would fully agree with that. I think when we're looking at how we allocate these demands, we're looking at how much, there's different type tranches per technology type per year, and we're looking at, okay, we have this amount of capacity checks per year, and this X amount of this is BE, but then we're trying to allocate this much BE, and if there's overlap there, we will back some of that out when we're doing the allocation. So we try to avoid that double counting of that demand as we're gearing up for this process here. That's part of the upfront diligence that goes into it, and that's some of the QA that we do on the back end to kind of true that up. Is there some? Maybe I don't have a good feel and good number to kind of give you there, but we do try to avoid that double counting by evaluating what we've already approved for a certain technology type and not further allocating something, that technology type if we're already the amount that we're trying to allocate is more or less than what we've already kind of accounted for through capacity checks. So there's some of that that's done up front to try to avoid that.
Okay, so I'm curious the direction or like the process in which you take to do that. So when you get a capacity check in, are you identifying the amount of that load that is representative of either beneficial electrification or EV infrastructure?
Yep. So as we talked about before, we do have a pretty good idea of the types of equipment that we're getting for each application, and that's a breakdown of if it's all electric, is it an air source heat pump with dual fuel? Like we'll have an understanding of that. Are there EVs being added? And if there are, then we'll add, if it's a residential development, we'll add a residential curve, and then we'll add on the electric residential heating as another curve per premise, and then the EV curve for that premise as well. So we're accounting for the different technologies that are being added to that specific location, which is part of what helps us understand how much have we already accounted for, and then what's that delta that we should allocate, that we don't know about based on the forecast. Does that make sense?
I think so. Let's see if I follow. So in doing that, and like I've understood this in the past, we've been in a few proceedings talking about
Just
these
a few, yeah.
This is not our first rodeo talking about this. Okay, so you apply the load curves based on what they tell you the equipment is as part of the capacity check. So load, steer, nose to make the right shape, etc. So then inherently you have some total for what you assume in your capacity checks every year is EV and BE. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it's reflective of what's being applied for. So yeah, we have a pretty good understanding of that.
Okay, and then you don't have that in this proceeding, right? We don't have that granularity of information.
From the capacity checks, or
yeah,
I don't believe so. I don't know if we broke it out that way in the filing.
Okay. So then, my total EV load that we expect from these capacity checks a year, my total BE load we expect from the capacity checks a year. And then are you saying that you all automatically take, like a human might do it, but like it is part of your process every time to take those numbers and then deduct them out of the BE and EV forecast for each year?
Yeah, I believe that's how we go about doing it. So that way we're not over allocating certain technology types within the forecast. And that typically is like those first 3 years where we're really seeing a lot of capacity check growth. We tend to see less spatial allocation, if any at all, for certain technology types in those earlier years because of that.
Okay. And as part of understanding what type of equipment they have, you would kind of inherently have to know from the load amounts and to properly allocate them if this is a heat pump with electric backup, if this is a heat pump with gas backup, or if this is a heat pump with no backup, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Let's see.
Now we have specific curves for each of those technology types as laid out in my technical appendix.
Okay. And you're getting that information from the customers when they apply so you can put the right load shape in.
For the most part, yeah. We get a pretty wide range of information from customers. So, for the ones that, and we try to probe where we can to make sure we're getting the right information, which can sometimes add delays to the process, but we try to understand as much as we can what kind of technologies are being added so we can make sure we're accounting for that in our forecast properly.
Okay. And what's the source of the load curves that you then apply to that equipment type? Like, where do you get those load curves?
Yeah, I believe I discussed that in my technical appendix. It's a combination of like national lab data, like from NREL. I know we've used some information from EPRI, Electric Power Research Institute, as well as customer billing data. So there's a few different data inputs that we use to help develop those. And then as time goes on, we anticipate AMI will be another input into that process to help facilitate that.
Okay, but as of now, you're not using your own AMI data for customers have that type of equipment already to identify what the load shape actually looks like.
I don't think we did at the time of the filing. I think since then we've started incorporating that since the filing's been filed and we've moved on from that forecast. So we've made progress since then, but for this filing, we didn't leverage that data. I don't think it was available at the time for the most part.
And so for this, I don't have the exact reference. I'm kind of going a little rogue here, but in your technical appendix, you had shown load curves for air source heat pumps, residential, electric water heating for residential and commercial. Are those the load curves that you assign in LoadSEER, or you use different data than what we've seen in the technical appendix here?
Oh no, the curves in the technical appendix is what's being applied.
Okay, and those are still accurate. Those are still what you apply if a load applied yesterday.
I think we've tweaked a few of those load curves in that supplemental analysis. I'd have to check and see which one we're still, like for like the electric water heater for residential customers, right? That was one of the ones that we went back and tweaked for the supplemental analysis. So I had to double check and see. I think we're using those now, but I have to double check that.
Okay, yeah, so to my recollection, the commission, and I honestly can't remember if it was the completeness or supplemental direct or your second supplemental direct,
Yeah.
but the commission did direct you to flatten some of those load curves basically, right? And so you redid that analysis. And so what you're saying is those may be the curves now that you use in LoadSEER, not even just for this proceeding, but like in your internal processes.
Yeah, it was in my, they were laid out my second supplemental direct testimony, which went through the results of that supplemental analysis. I'd have to double check which ones we're using, but I think we're using those new ones, but I'm not 100%. I have to verify that.
Okay. Do you know what's the assumed average peak load for new all electric house that you're using?
I know in the original DSP case, it was around 12 kW for an all electric home with, I think that includes an electric vehicle. In the supplemental analysis with those flattened load curves, it was around like 9.6, I want to say, somewhere in that range. So we did see a reduction based on the changing of those curves. And that peak value represents the layering of all those different technology types for a residential premise, which is how we determine that value. So yeah, we saw about like a 2.5 kW drop per premise based on the change assumptions in the supplemental analysis.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, but you did not rerun your grid needs assessment based on the supplemental analysis, right?
We did like a truncated version of it. So we reran the whole risk analysis looking at the time series natures of all our N-0 and N-1 analyses. And then we compared that risk profile to the projects we had laid out in our grid needs assessment to determine which ones were still viable, which ones were, haven't changed, what new projects were introduced. So I've mapped that all out in my second supplemental direct testimony.
Okay. And do you use the same average peak load for existing all electric homes, or do you use a different assumption?
For existing, it's a little harder because we don't have all that existing loading data there. So any new, so like if an existing home adopts, in our forecast, if it adopts a all-electric water heater, which I think was in the second supplement or the supplemental analysis, like 6 point something kW, that would just get layered on to that premise, which would get rolled up to the feeder level. It's not as easy to break apart that coincidence with the existing customers as it is with the new.
Okay. And let's see. Ms. McDermott made it sound like the recent growth on the system, not just capacity checks and applications, now we're moving to real growth, that the actual growth on loads on the system has been atypically high for the last couple of years. Do you agree with that?
I do.
And do you have any like numbers or data to help us understand that trajectory of changes? Is that capacity and sales, just one or the other?
So we're looking, my team specifically looks at it from the capacity standpoint and to make sure that the system can handle those worst case scenarios, and then the peak loading on the system. we don't necessarily look at it from the sales standpoint, at least not my team.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't have kind of capacity information, but I will say we just recently looked at this in the JTS proceeding where the technical appendix showed projected 2024 retail energy growth of 1.4%. I don't know if that sounds familiar to you at all, but I'll represent that's what is in the technical appendix there. And we compared that to the company's Q4 2024 earnings presentation that showed that weather and leap year adjusted electric sales growth was actually down by 0.7%. So I don't know if you have an indication that capacity is moving in a far different direction than sales, but we actually saw negative sales far different than what was forecasted for 2024.
Yeah, I would say the behavior of kilowatt hours versus kilowatts is very different. I think if the sales are just because sales are maybe declining or not growing as fast as peak demand, I think those are two very different looks on the system. And another challenge too is it's hard to conflate the bulk electric system and the averages seen at that level with the individual portions of the distribution system. Each feeder is its own system, right? So it's a lot more nuanced than that on a local level. So it's just they're not quite an apples to apples comparison.
Okay. Yeah, and I understand they're not exactly the same, but directionally that would be a pretty big spread if one went down and one went way up, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we are seeing that peak coincidence going up on the distribution system. So yeah, I know that they're not quite. Those numbers don't necessarily align from that like intuitively, but we are seeing that peak demand going up on the distribution system.
And does the company see that as problematic if the peak capacity is growing far greater, it sounds like, than sales on the system, or actually see declining sales and significant growth in peak capacity?
I don't know if I would be speaking for the company here, but
that's fair.
Yeah.
No, better question for someone else. I agree. Consider it rhetorical.
Yeah.
Okay. So looking again at figure DCM D8 here, what's the x-axis? This is megawatts I'm looking at.
On the x-axis, yeah, that's megawatts.
Okay. So if we look at 2025, if we add up the BE and the EV, green and black, gotta eyeball it, right? But it's around 500 megawatts. Maybe it's a little higher than 500 megawatts when you add those two. And I was curious, does the company have data from 2025 to verify this non-coincident capacity that we're seeing here so we can understand how that scales with what we're actually seeing on the system?
I don't know. I would imagine there's some information out there, but I'm not aware of it at this time.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Simpson say the other day that there have been 4,700 heat pump rebates provided to date in 2025?
I vaguely recall that, yeah.
I'll tell you said that. Hopefully I didn't mess up my hundreds of thousands this time, but so it doesn't sound like but would you have any insights as to the type of heat pump that we're talking about? I mean, a water heater is far different than a heat pump that heats your whole entire house. So just curious if you had any understanding as to the division between.
I don't. I'm sure we could pull that for the for those rebates that are participating in those programs, but I'm not aware of them.
Okay. All right. Wanted to get into a little question on hearing exhibit 109. So attachment 2, which is your 8760 and load forecast. I don't even know if we need to bring it up, but on the notes it says that the forecasted residential PV was inadvertently excluded from the DSP forecast through 2030 during the spatial allocation process. Does that sound familiar?
Yep.
Okay. And then if you look at attachment 4, hearing exhibit 109 attachment 4, it does appear that there are no numbers for residential PV adoptions through 2030 or BV or battery capacity through 2030. Does that sound familiar to you as well?
It does.
Okay. But then in your rebuttal, I recall you saying that public service did spatially allocate forecasts behind the meter solar adoption at commercial and residential premises. So I'm trying to understand, it doesn't look like it's in the values here through 2030. So I just wanted to reconcile those two statements or.
Yeah, so when we did the allocation for the initial filing in the base forecast, there was an issue that we didn't uncover until after we had finished compiling everything, and we're well on our way with our risk mitigation process. And that was solely for residential behind the meter solar, I think through 29 through 2030. That was corrected in the forecast that was developed for the supplemental analysis. So the supplemental analysis has both residential and commercial behind the meter solar for the whole duration of the forecast.
Okay. And so say again, can I find that somewhere in the record at this point?
I was looking through my rebuttal. I don't know if I explicitly stated that in my rebuttal testimony, but I can kind of say here for the record that we did correct that issue for the residential behind meter solar. That was corrected in the forecast that was developed for the supplemental analysis.
Okay. But you didn't recreate like attachment 4 or anything that would show the assumptions that were used for that? How would we understand kind of what figures were used then?
I don't believe we recreated that file there.
Okay.
The supplemental.
And did you add in storage as well or only solar into that supplemental analysis?
It was just correcting the solar issue. The behind meter storage was still excluded.
And why was solar excluded? Or I mean storage, I'm sorry.
Because I think I alluded to this maybe yesterday. You know, historically these behind the meter storage systems have either been backup generation or dispatch on the bulk system need. Forecasting them and is on the distribution system to look at those impacts is a little more nuanced and a little more challenging. We're still kind of working through how we would incorporate that in a way that makes sense. I think we hope to correct that in future filings, but we just weren't able to, especially with the supplemental analysis. We had a really short time frame to turn that around. So, I think we just tried to fix the things that we knew about and not recreate the wheel for some of those other technologies.
Okay, since the grid needs analysis was based on the original forecast, I'm curious, how could I kind of quickly understand the difference in grid needs or projects that would be needed once, at least, I mean, it sounds like the batteries were never done, but like once the solar correction was made?
Sure. So my second supplemental direct testimony outlined, these are we saw this was the original list of risks from the original DSP. Some of the risks were no longer present because of the changing assumptions. There was increasingly more risks that were present because of new cap checks that had we received. So in the second supplemental direct testimony, I think we saw about like an 11% increase in risk on the system based on the amount of growth we were seeing between the 24 DSP and the supplemental analysis. I also laid out which projects were no longer needed based on that shifting low risk profile, as well as indicatively like what we would need additionally to support those new risks that materialize. So I walked through that in that set of testimony.
Okay. And then the grid needs analysis was originally based on the base forecast, right? Although you evaluated kind of different forecasts.
We created a capacity check forecast, which is kind of our source of truth for reviewing new loads. And then the base forecast is the one that we ran the analysis against, the risk analysis against.
So what's the capacity check forecast used for?
We only use that to look at evaluating new growth, right? That forecast represents what capacity have we already allocated to customers who have applied. And then that way we're not using like the base forecast to review, which is maybe inflated with some of those other technology types. So that way we're making sure that we're not overbuilding the system for customers or making customers pay for unnecessary upgrades, right? We just want to, we use that capacity check forecast as our source of truth for reviewing new additions to the system.
So to you, that's like bare minimum. That's like stuff you know is coming.
This is, yeah, this is everything that we've already committed to serving based on customer applications.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't still have it up, but that figure DCM D8 that was from your direct testimony. Remember with the different colors?
I do. Yep.
Okay. I know you and Mr. Pollock and Ms. McDermott, everybody has made the point that most of the need in this proceeding for the next 3 years is because of the capacity checks or the known growth coming to the system, not the forecast for BE and EVs and like those things. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
So as I looked, and we can bring it up again if you wanted, it was hearing exhibit 105, page 26. But as I look at this in 25, 26, 27, capacity checks do not make up the majority of the aggregate non-coincident peak that we're seeing. So I'm a little like confused to reconcile those statements. Do you want us to pull it up? We certainly can.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean,
yeah.
When we look at it's a combination of the current state of the system and the growth that we know about is really what's driving the short-term forecast, and the actual amount of funding that's needed to fix it. So that graph just shows net new, doesn't show, and it's hard to discern that from an aggregate forecast when it's really on a feeder by feeder and transformer by transformer basis. It's hard to determine that just from, it's not like the transmission system, which is kind of easier to understand from that aggregate level. The distribution system is very much a disaggregate system relative to the transmission system. And it's each local part of the system that is experiencing that growth, experiencing those constraints that are driving that capacity need.
Okay, I'm still struggling with a bit. Like I get that on this graph we wouldn't see like the existing system needs maybe, right? Because they're not growth, like they already are there and are causing a problem, it sounds like. But as we look at new growth that would cause new constraints over the next several years, it seems like the minority of that growth comes from these capacity checks.
So I think it's important to understand that graph. Non-coincident demand means nameplate growth on the system. It's not the coincident demand for each individual feeder or transformer. So while the nameplate share of those technologies may be increasing, it doesn't mean that those are necessarily, that peak part of it is contributing to the peak on each individual asset. You have to layer what that curve looks like for each new capacity check or allocation that we've done per feeder. You'd have to layer that on to the existing load shape of the demand to understand how that is materializing, and how that's contributing to the peak for each individual asset. So just because, the EV nameplate demand was like 7 kW per unit, right? And then the EV and the electrification was somewhere in that range too. So per unit, those are higher values, but that's not necessarily mean that those per unit values are coincident with when each feeder is peaking. So you really have to layer on how that time varying nature of each technology is layered onto the existing loading of each asset, and that helps you determine what the actual loading is going to be and how that is going to impact that specific asset. So nameplate versus like actual coincident demand for each asset is two very different things. If we look at the nameplate amount of demand on a given feeder, it's well beyond what the 100% rating of the feeder is, but it's how that how the customers use those demands and how they contribute to, the peak on the system is what dictates the risk and the need to mitigate it. So
Okay, but
I
it sounds
think,
like this information you have, but we don't have. I mean, I have this graph.
yeah, no, I
have
appreciate that. Yeah.
Um, okay, I have a few questions for you. I'm glad you brought up the BE barriers proceeding because I have a few questions for you on that.
Go for it.
Just as a reminder for the record, BE barriers was proceeding 23M-0464EG. And it sounds like you recall that proceeding. So are you familiar with, at a broad level, that the main driver of that proceeding was a legislative directive for us to identify barriers to beneficial electrification and DER deployment?
I do. I recall that.
And I know you're not a lawyer, but would you agree with me that also seemingly one of the main goals of SB 24-218 is to remove barriers for BE and DER deployment on the system?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So I wanted to go over some of the findings and recommendations from that proceeding, many of which were directed at the next DSP, which is this DSP. So specific to forecasting, I identified that public service should solicit input from municipalities whose energy plans might influence forecasts based on local policies, building performance standards, upcoming development areas, and incentives, and that public service should strongly consider using this up-to-date information in preparing its forecasts for this 2024 DSP. So I was curious, did you use any data provided as input from municipalities similar to what was mentioned?
Trying to remember back. I think we took assumptions that we knew about, and I think since this filing has been done, we've done a better job of reaching out to municipalities and trying to coordinate better with them. I don't believe, because I think, let me just go back in time here.
I mean, I guess the easiest way to ask is, did you solicit any input from them?
Well, I'm trying to remember do you recall when that hearing ended? Because I'm trying to recall the timing of everything.
The decision was April 18th, 2024.
So by that point, we had already finalized our forecast for the DSP, so we didn't really have a great opportunity to go back and solicit input on it. But I know since we filed this DSP, we've done more outreach with municipalities. I think we're trying to be more collaborative with them on our planning processes, several of which are intervening on this case. So,
Let me just follow up on that. So the forecast was finalized for this 7 months before it was filed?
Correct. So if you go to my rebuttal testimony, our annual planning process is mapped out where it starts in the fall. The forecast is done typically in the Q1, typically in the Q1, the following year. And then we do our risk analysis and we figure out all our projects that we need to support that risk profile. So by the time the barriers of BE was being finalized, our forecast was already kind of locked in. So there wasn't a great opportunity to do so, but we fully intend to do that moving forward. And we've already kind of started that process.
Okay. And I'm curious, do you have any plan for processes to kind of, I don't want to say automate, but like speed up your process? I mean, it seems like we're inherently using forecasts significantly out of date if there is such a lag, not to mention how long the proceeding takes, but then you're taking that amount of time and shoving it before the proceeding too. I mean, do y'all have any plans to try to speed up or streamline that process?
Yeah, we are constantly working to shorten that and truncate that amount of time it takes to do that, right? Better planning up front, so that way we have everything that we need to move forward. We've built a tool to help automate the cleaning of the SCADA data and reduce the amount of time it takes to kind of create that input SCADA data for the filing or for the forecast. As we add our capacity checks to the forecast on a regular basis, it streamlines the process a little bit more. So we're constantly trying to shorten that amount of time. We've also automated our risk analysis through a tool we've built. So we continue to enhance our capabilities when it comes to this process. It's just inherently complex, and it does take a lot of effort to put these forecasts together. So, I can't say we'll get it down to like a week or something like that, but I know we're constantly trying to improve it just for our own sanity.
Okay. I'm gonna try and speed up my questions too, because I have more than a couple left, and I know it's been a long time. So I'm going faster.
Appreciate it.
Also, I think you're probably where we had significant complaints and concerns around the conceptual capacity check system. So this is before customers are ready to apply, when they're just kind of probably looking at sites and things, as not being accurate or timely way for people like affordable housing developers to understand the actual amount of available capacity and what that might mean for their project that might take about 2 years to be ready to apply for service or an actual capacity check. So related to conceptual capacity checks, I recommended that the company make clear to customers that a formal service application, not a conceptual capacity check, constitutes an actionable request for service. Have you taken any efforts to make that more clear for customers?
I believe we have. The specifics are escaping me right now, but we have been working to revamp that process and the communications we provide around it. I'm unable to provide anecdotal information on it at this moment, but it is something that we're working to improve. Okay.
I also recommended you provide a metric on total capacity left at the location in a conceptual capacity check rather than a simple pass-fail, so that customers could understand if it was actually a close call, which they did not before. I'm curious if the company has done that.
I have to double check. I'm not sure on that one.
Okay. I recommended you develop a more comprehensive project tracking system, especially as it relates to conceptual capacity checks as kind of the first indication of where there might be growth or the potential size of growth. Has the company set up any system to track these to understand areas of growth, different trends, and then percent success with these projects following through?
We're in the early stages of doing that. We've rolled out through that revamp of that process. I think we've pulled it into SAP, which is what we use for our tool that we use to kind of track that workflow. So those are starting to come in through a new process we developed into there, so we are able to better track that. It's still pretty early, so I don't know if we have any data on that process, but we have implemented that.
Okay. And based on specific feedback from customers that the company's application for service sometimes had significant delays in the company completing multiple rounds of requests for additional information to complete the application, I had several specific recommendations for improvements to the application of service. I'm happy to go through them, but I'm trying to be concise. I'm just curious if you've followed up on any of the improvements, the application for service or that process to help streamline this process for customers.
Yeah, we have. So we've developed a checklist that our design team, who is kind of our intake for these capacity check or these new service applications once they come through the builder's call line. We've implemented a checklist that they fill out and make sure they have all that information before they issue the capacity check to my team. So, the intent of that is to help have a single conversation with the customer and make sure that information is present. So we have rolled that out. I don't know that it's not necessarily external facing. It's more of like an internal tool to facilitate that conversation with the customer a single time. But I agree that's been a challenge for a long time for these customer applications. We get a myriad of different information. A lot of those delays are us going back and forth to try to understand what each of the technology pieces, kind of like we were talking about previously, is being added to these locations so we can accurately understand how it's going to impact the system. So there's considerable back and forth that happens there. So we have been trying to improve that through that process.
Okay. And have you begun to track and maintain data showing the aggregate timelines for that it takes the company upon receiving an initial application to actually consider that a completed application?
I believe so. I don't know all the nuances of it, but I believe we have been tracking that better through SAP.
Okay. To improve the customer experience in receiving a green light on conceptual capacity checks and then developing their project further, only to find out there's no capacity at that point, I had identified the company should strongly consider presenting a capacity reservation pilot or something, an offer similar to one that Denver suggested to be included in this DSP application. And I was curious if the company had considered such a concept or put forth such a proposal.
We considered it. There's a lot of challenges with the reserving capacity. You know, when they're that early on in the process and they really don't know what kind of demand they're going to have, if they're reserving that kind of capacity, then that passes costs on to the next person in line potentially, and it becomes tracking that. It becomes a nightmare logistically. So, you know, we did consider it, but we felt that it wasn't appropriate. We felt that the proactive building of the system was a better approach. So that way we can try to proactively anticipate what those demands would be and build the system out so it's ready for the customers. The reservation system just adds a lot of complexity and has a risk of requiring us to overbuild the system for a load that may not materialize.
Okay.
And if I can just add one more thing too, like it also becomes an equity issue too, where you have developers that have the means to pay a reservation fee, and you know, I feel like that would create an equity issue for low-income housing developers or other DI communities to have the ability to reserve capacity for their portion of the system too. So there's a few components to that is really challenging from a planning standpoint, and then also from an equity standpoint.
Okay. And it was my understanding, based on information provided by the company in that proceeding, that while the company provided DSP compliant forecasts for the DSP proceeding, that those are not necessarily the forecasts that the company actually used to make grid planning decisions and capital budgets, and actually used a lower internal forecast for growth for those purposes that may not have complied with state policy goals as is the minimum planning standard in the DSP rules. And I just wanted to confirm that finding.
The finding that we didn't provide that, is that what you're asking?
That you, instead of using the DSP forecast, which met the minimum forecasting standards in the rules, that the company subsequently used an internal forecast that was lower than the DSP required minimum forecast.
In the first DSP?
That's correct.
Yeah, I know we had, I think it was like 5 months to put that DSP together from when the rules were issued. So we developed a forecast that we had done, already had completed, and then we leveraged consultant ICF to help us with those other scenario forecasts.
But it was my understanding that subsequent to the DSP proceeding that the company lowered the forecast, and that was what was used internally.
We had developed our forecast that we do through our normal course of business. And this was, again, the original DSP was using our old forecasting tool. So that forecast is what we had to use for our budget. And then the state and high policy goals was done outside of that process.
Okay. So in other words, what the company was actually budgeting for and planning to do was not based upon the forecasts that were required by DSP rules.
It was not based on those two scenarios that are required in the rules, correct?
Okay. Just have a couple questions around prioritization. So given the vast number of risks identified across the system, can you help me understand how the company determines where to draw the line with regard to what projects will be funded, like in this 3-year plan window?
Sure. So when we're looking at risk on the system, as I mentioned before, we were kind of talking through the grid needs assessment. We quantify the magnitude, the timing, you know, how many hours throughout the year, So we're putting together a multitude of different factors around the risk itself. Then we determine what's an appropriate project, what are some other alternatives that we could use to resolve, whatever subset of risks we're trying to resolve that are geographically, located near each other. And when it comes to a funding standpoint, we do a deep dive to evaluate, what level of risk can we live with without funding, and what can't we? What is really a high priority? If you look in the grid needs assessment, like 11% of the risks that we've identified are not funded in that 5-year window. So we have to have some kind of cutoff there. So it's really an evaluation of the risk itself, and it's also how much is it going to cost to mitigate that, and then we just have to determine what level of risk we could live with while supporting our customers.
Okay, but rather than like a hard and fast cutoff, it's a bit of a judgment call in terms of what gets done at a certain time frame.
Yeah, there's some engineering judgment that goes into there. There's also some business decisions that go into. There's a few points that help us determine what that threshold is, but I think you generally summarized it well.
Okay, I'm curious, what about parts of the system that have kind of repeated reliability issues that may not be at the concerning utilization rates, or may not, right? Like they may not have crept up another way. How does the company kind of mix those in and prioritize those? And are we seeing projects caused by that sort of concern represented in the plan as well?
Yeah, I think I may lean on Ms. Block a little bit to kind of elaborate on it, but we have our asset health and reliability funding that helps address some of those reliability-based projects. I can say that my team, when we're developing scopes of work for capacity projects, we're coordinating with our area engineering counterparts who are working on reliability. We're working with our asset health and reliability and the life replacement team for substation equipment, our wildfire team developing undergrounding or different scopes. So we coordinate with those teams, and if there's really poor reliability projects that we can't fund, but or poor portions of the distribution system that have poor reliability that we can't fund through some of those budgets, but we're doing a capacity project in that area, we may absorb some additional scope to help with the reliability of that system. But so it's a coordination that we do internally before issuing projects and developing our budgets.
Okay, and I can ask Ms. Block a few more details. I don't want to wear thin on the chair's nerves, so I keep moving. Okay. I haven't yet, so yeah. Okay, so for TDA projects, the targeted demand reduction areas, I'm curious, I think we've just seen like 5 projects listed on that example list. And is that something the company's going to continue adding to? And is there like a maximum number, or as you identify these, can that list grow even during a pilot of this type of work?
Yeah, I know we're not just hard and fast on those 5. We just thought that those were really good opportunities. Those were low magnitude risks for short durations throughout the year that were more of a long-term need on the system. And I don't believe they had projects associated with that were funded. So, those seem like good candidates, but we're absolutely open to opening that up for more opportunities if it makes sense to do so.
Okay, and do you have any specific plan with regards to kind of what aspects of those projects you'll track to understand the success, the types of resources being used, the, like what's working, what's not, what's this worth? Do you have an idea of what you'll be tracking there, or how will you determine how you'll gain data from that?
Yeah, I'm sure someone in the company does, but I don't know that I'm the right person to answer that from a NEGA program, oversight standpoint. So, yeah, I think I might have to punt that to either Mr. Pollack or someone else on the team.
Okay. With regard to the mobile battery that the company is going to deploy in the Denver area, a 1 megawatt mobile battery deployed in 2026. I'm curious if the company's already purchased that.
We have.
Okay. Is the cost of that in the public realm?
when you were talking to Ms. McDermott about that, I was looking at our budget. I don't see it in there, but it's something we can pull together and report on.
I don't believe that would be a public amount.
Okay. And I'm curious also if the company plans to use that device for other use cases in addition to just that kind of very specific peak shaving need locally, for things like intraday balancing, renewable ramping to avoid running gas generation, renewable curtailment, to charge it. What all use cases will you use to determine how to get the maximum value out of that asset?
Sure. Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities to leverage this technology on the grid to support our customers. I think this peak shaving demand, this demand peak shaving is our first and primary use case. But yeah, it's absolutely something that we can integrate into like our integrated Boulevard optimization scheme, our outage support. If there's any kind of renewable benefit that we can get out of it, I think there's a lot of opportunities for that. But right now, and we do have plans to so we're deploying this in as you mentioned, in the Denver area because of a low-income housing customer that is coming online. We're trying to help get them online sooner. We thought this would be a good pilot. Once the actual substation project's done, that can give them that firm capacity. We plan on relocating that battery to elsewhere on the grid to benefit another customer or other customers, depending on the use case. So, yeah, I think we're still trying to figure that out because we still have some time before that battery's not needed there, and then we anticipate that going into service early next year. So, yeah, I absolutely do think we plan on reusing that elsewhere and trying to maximize the amount of benefit.
And I certainly presume you'll reuse it after. I hope so. But I guess my question is, for the interim, when it's being used in Denver, do you need help to have to look at the other use cases and value streams for that, like through an order, or is that something that the company is already planning on doing on your own to identify those use cases to maximize the value, even in its first deployment, and to report on how that's going?
Gotcha. I misunderstood your question. Thanks for the clarification. No, I think we are looking at it from there, like leveraging it in our IVVO scheme is one of the use cases that we can leverage with it being deployed in that first use case. If I don't know that there's any curtailment of renewables in that area, but I think we will try to maximize its usage in that location, other than just the peak shaving during the seasonal time frames.
Okay, I have a few hosting capacity analysis questions. So you're planning to automate the hosting capacity analysis, it sounds like, which is the big
as much as possible. Yeah, there's still some human intervention that's needed, but we're trying to automate as much as we can.
I'm curious what that means internally. So like when you get a distributed solar project right now, I suppose the company probably has to do some analysis to look at like backfeed capacity and stuff in those certain points. So is this going to also benefit you internally to kind of speed up some of those processes, even on like distributed solar interconnections?
Yeah, absolutely. I forget which party was asking me about that earlier, but yeah, absolutely. We intend, through the automation of these model builds and the regular cadence of updating them, and it allows us to leverage these models for all of our processes. So system impact studies and feasibility studies for DER interconnections is a huge one that will benefit from that. Part of what takes so long today is we're manually putting these models together to review an interconnection. Whereas if these models are automatically built, they're ready to be used. And, we're even exploring how to script and automate some of those interconnection studies as another use case through this platform, as much as possible. Again, right? There's still some manual steps involved. So, as well as capacity checks or the capital project development, right? There's a ton of benefits that we'll realize through this sign deployment, which is part of why it's taking so long and why it's so critical, because we need to make sure that the data going in, given the amount of investment that's kind of based on these models, we've got to make sure we get it right. So that's been part of the hiccup in terms of our ability to roll out more frequent updates sooner.
Okay. So specific to like DER or solar interconnection, do you have any idea what kind of impact we would be looking at on a timeline to speed up your internal processes to review such application?
I think.
Like, how long does that process take now?
Yeah,
Like,
no, I'm
you
thinking of
have,
the steps
like,
here, right? I think it's about a week for like getting the application, prioritizing, put the model together, and then working with a consultant to actually conduct the study. So there's handoffs there, there's manual processes to build it. The model is automated, automatically built, and is ready to be used. There's some manual intervention for adding in a couple of pieces of information, like the new interconnection that we want to study, but the models will be built. So, I mean, at a minimum, I see that shaving like a week off, if not more, depending on the level of automation we're able to gain from it. So, I don't have a hard and fast number, but yeah, I would expect, a decent amount of savings from a time standpoint for the load and generation interconnection process.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same for a load. When you got a capacity check, I used to call them applications, now they're called capacity checks.
All of the above, right? Yeah.
An application for service, is it a really similar process? Like, just quickly, because I know I'm out of time here, but it's similar, so you'd expect a similar savings there, or like how much are we helping out to speed up this process for customers, which was a main concern in the
Sure.
PE carriers proceeding.
Yeah, I don't have an exact time frame, but both those processes will benefit from the automation that we're gaining from this platform. Specific timelines, I don't have exact, but I would imagine maybe a week, maybe something like that they could shave off potentially. So
Okay.
Depends on how we're able to automate everything downstream of that.
Okay. And then with regard, do you have a ballpark for me of when you contracted or got this new software?
I can pull it up. Forget exactly when we went out to RFP. I believe it was like, sorry, give me a sec. I can kind of give you an answer in real time here. I think we got the bids back from the different vendors in, I think like end of Q1 2023. So I think we had put together like all the functional requirements and the RFP documentation at the end of 2022. And then I think we started rolling out the SIME implementation we started like getting all the contracts and everything together like Q3 of 2023, and have been working on it. Maybe getting some of the timings mixed up here, but it was like end of 23, beginning of 2024 that we started really rolling this tool out.
Okay.
Or I started working on like getting all the mapping and getting the tool like actually built by Eaton. And then there's been a considerable amount of QAing and data enhancements on our end that we've been working on in parallel.
Okay. So I mean, it doesn't sound with that timeline like you ever really had a chance to meet the timeline in the settlement agreement from the prior DSP. That's just me guessing, but
yeah, we've been trying, but we're trying to balance the resources and trying to get the tool up and running so we can lean on it more for automating the process and getting a more sustainable process in place.
So you said its use was delayed, like even after you've been contracted, been working with this vendor, that the actual implementation is delayed. When was the first intended implementation date?
I think our goal was to get it live, up and running, I think at the end of Q2 of this year. And So I think we're about a quarter behind at this point, just given the data enhancements that we're working on internally to align all of our operating companies around the same process, as well as just making sure we have all the right inputs being fed into the gateway tool, which is our model compiler that we had built. So it's a more complex process, but once we get it up and running, it's going to pay dividends for us and for our customers.
Just a couple GIP questions follow up. I think Mr. Broso was asking you. He was asking you your knowledge of the gas NPA. Are you familiar with the acronym NPA?
I am. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Broso was asking you about your knowledge of gas NPA evaluations and pricing for the electric, components, the electric upgrades. And it sounded like you weren't really aware of or involved in the GIP or any NPA evaluations. Is that accurate?
We provided information that was fed into that process. I don't know how the cost benefit analysis was built for the GIP filing, but we provided our forecast data. We provided, our constraints on the distribution system. That was one of the inputs to that process.
Okay. So it's kind of a one-way, like you provide them the current status and the constraints, and then you're kind of done with that process.
I'm trying to remember. Because I know we were involved and we were ones that helped determine like the Pearl Street Mall, NPA, we determined that given the build out that we were of the system that we were working on, that could absorb the growth that this would incur through electrifying those customers and avoiding that gas upgrade. I don't know. I forget how that process on the gas side has evolved since then, but we do provide input, from our forecasts, our projects that we're planning, and all that kind of information to help feed into that. I'm not sure how that's used in the evaluation of the GIPs or the NPAs though.
Okay, got it. Just one other question. I don't even need to bring it up, but if you remember yesterday, I brought up an image that showed from the BE barriers, the 2023 tables of feeders and banks and 2024 that are in this proceeding. Yeah. Are you familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so kind of the oddest number to me was a reduction on like 30 some feeders in Denver Metro from 23 to 24. Can you just tell me what that even possibly means?
Yeah, Miss McDermott was accurate in her recollection. So in the 23 values, we had listed out each of the network feeders. Again, there's 3 feeders per network. So we had listed out each of those feeder networks individually. In the most recent one that we were reviewing in this case, we consolidated those 3 feeders into a single network. And that was that reduction in the number of feeder counts for the Denver metro area.
So the 30 some that are missing got absorbed into multiple other ones in Denver Metro, or all in one giant?
Yeah, so feeder 1, 2, 3, that makes up feeder A or network A, right?
Okay.
And originally we listed out all 3 feeders. In the newer one, we just listed the one network. So there was essentially like a 2 feeder reduction per network.
Okay. I know I had already asked like if those tables are available for other years, and it sounds like there's some work to figure out if they are. To the extent something like this happens multiple times, I think it would make it very difficult for us to actually look at the data. So I mean, I guess it's a note or something like, just understanding that some of this is not apples to apples, and that might make it really hard to interpret what we're looking at. So to the extent about something like that, that might be helpful context with that.
I agree. It was even helpful. It was difficult to go back and try to make sense of it myself. So over the years, we are we're going to do a better job going forward of how we present that information and make it more consistent year to year.
Okay, thanks. That's it for my questions. Thanks, Mr. Mino. Thank you, Chairman, for your
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I did have one question following up on something you said in response to Commissioner Gilman. I think you said there were 2,300 applications for new interconnect. Did I hear that right?
I think that number was around 2,400 new service applications that were over like 500 kW that triggered what we call our capacity check internally. So those were new load applications in 2023.
I
And
see.
that was an uptick from the previous years, which were, between 2018 and 2022, we received between 1,000 to 1,500, in any given year.
Okay. I was just, I wasn't clear if that was residential, commercial, or, but it sounds like above 500 kW. Redirect, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, Chair Blank. I would just ask the witness if he might want a few minute break. He's been on the stand for quite a long.
Nah, let's let it roll. I'm good.
All right.
Just want to get over with.
Where shall we start, Mr. Mino? I know. All right. Do you remember your discussion with Mr. Schlesinger yesterday with respect to HCA data and realistic goals?
I do.
And you remember when Mr. Schlesinger asked you if those goals were realistic, you said, well, I guess we missed that one. Do you remember that too?
I do.
I just want to make sure for the record, when you did provide your testimony and when you did work on that settlement agreement, to you, were those goals actually realistic at the time that the commitments were made?
I think most of them were. The quarterly ones were a little more challenging given the manual nature of the platform that we were using prior to our new tool that we're rolling out. But, we did think that was realistic at the time.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to save HCA for last because that's everybody's favorite subject. But there was a lot of discussion today about LoadSeer, its capabilities. In fact, Staff Counsel Mr. Smith also talked to you about outputs and inputs. And I think it's important to just sort of set the stage with how LoadSeer works. So first off, is there any analog to the generation or transmission planning tools that are used for the bulk system? Is LoadSeer comparable to those kinds of software?
No, it's inherently different. Like those tools for the bulk system are all encompassing, right? They help with the forecast, they figure out where the constraints are, and they do, and I believe, is my understanding, an economic determination of what kind of generators we should be calling for bulk system needs. LoadSeer just does that first part. It just helps us develop the forecast. Every other step is done outside of that tool.
And let's talk about development of that forecast. I mean, LoadSeer doesn't go out and try to predict the future, does it?
No. So
the forecast is actually the inputs you provide on a bulk system basis? Is that how that works?
Yeah, so there's the existing load that we talked about before, like the load curves that are based on the SCADA data. That's the existing state of the system. We add in our capacity checks that we've received from new service applications into there. But when it does a spatial allocation, it's doing so based on a bulk system forecast of adoption of those different technology types. And then it uses what's called the spatial allocation process to take that high level need at the bulk system level and disperse it down to individual premises on the distribution system that allows us to aggregate it to the different assets that we plan to.
So all it really does is it's a model. There's an algorithm, right? And all that really does is just figure out if there's going to be 10,000 megawatts of BE on the system in your long range forecast. It helps you figure out where that may be on the system.
Yeah, it helps us understand where it may materialize based on a multitude of factors like socioeconomic data, adoption in the area. I forget where we listed it, but there's a whole range of inputs that it uses for that stochastic process.
And that's the whole purpose of LoadSeer.
Correct. Yeah, it helps us spit out an 8760 forecast for every single asset that we plan. That allows us to better understand the time varying nature of each asset.
Okay. And so with that said, let's talk about some differences in planning. So like you just said, LoadSeer, you don't even have a tool that spits out a system expansion plan like Encompass would, correct?
Correct.
So you use LoadSeer and your own engineering judgment to essentially assess where there are weaknesses in the distribution system?
Yeah, so we built a tool that helps us take all those 8760 curves that LoadSeer produces and computes our N-0 and N-1 risks. And then we take that risk portfolio and determine based on the existing system, you know, what's available to build out. We figure out what kind of projects are appropriate, what kind of alternatives that may be appropriate, and then we peer review them to determine what we're going to propose for our budget.
And with all forecasts, you have way more confidence in the early years than you do in the out years?
Correct. Yeah, the short term is really driven by our customer growth, some minor spatial allocations, but primarily the customer growth for how it contributes to peak for each asset.
And there's been a lot of discussion about what I call the McDermott tables. I think you're familiar with those. You know, part of your discussion is that the first 3 years here are driven by customer growth and sort of the existing current state of the system.
That's correct.
When you say that, I mean, quite frankly, does the load curve of the BE that put into LoadSeer, or does the load curve of the hot water heater adoption, or have any real impact on your 3-year capital plan?
Not really. You know, it's like I said before, it's really the customer growth. Most of our system is summer peaking, so any of those like BE demands that may materialize can get absorbed by the existing system, especially where we're summer peaking. But yeah, it's mostly just the applications that we've received and know about is really what's driving the short-term growth.
And if you look at the McDermott chart, I get a total of 53% of feeders that are continuously loaded at 75% or above. That sound about right to you?
Sounds about right.
Now, if you were to able to mitigate all of those 53%, would your answer be different to my question that the load shapes of BE or EV adoption would be impactful to your near-term forecast?
No, and I think that's reflected in our supplemental analysis, right? We saw an uptick in growth that we were anticipating between forecast cycles. So no, I think my answer is still the same.
And you recall that we did your initial grid needs analysis. Walk me through. LoadSeer gives you, what is it? What's the output for LoadSeer?
An 8760 load curve, which includes all the growth that we're anticipating for every year. So we compute a 30-year forecast, but only use 10 of it for our planning needs. But a 10-year forecast, so each year of that 10-year forecast is an 8760 curve for all our 813 feeders and almost 300 transformers. So a lot of data. And then
so, and so LoadSeer gives you an element by element analysis, 8760 per year for 30 years. Okay.
Yep. Per feeder, per transformer that we plan to.
And when you take that information, and then you said a 10-year plan, but you do a 5-year budget, correct?
Correct.
And then in this plan, we're asking for only 3 years of budget approval.
Correct.
So you take LoadSeer, you're seeing what the system does and how it works, and then what? Do you send that to your team to go figure out the most efficient way to solve all the problems you're seeing?
Yeah, so my team, each planner is responsible for a certain plan division. Some have multiple. So they're experts in their local area. They know the customer growth, they know the configurations of the system, what's available that we can build out. So, you know, they take that risk profile that we compute, and then they determine a portfolio of projects for how to fix it, and trying to do so by resolving as much risk for a single project as possible.
And so essentially they're looking at the needs of the system and trying to most efficiently solve as many problems as they can.
Correct.
And that happens essentially on a 5-year basis or a 10-year basis?
Which part? The actual projects that we're
Yeah,
calling for?
projects. Are
Yeah,
you looking to solve 10 years of problems for planning purposes or only 5 years for your budgeting purposes?
we take into account the long term. The short term is really driving the need for a lot of these projects, but if we can mitigate a future risk while we're fixing something in the short term, we'll try to do so as long as it keeps the scope within reason. We try not to add a significant amount just to fix something minor that may materialize in 2035 or something like that. So, but if we're going to touch the system, we try to just make sure it's fixing everything that we're aware of.
So you engaged in some conversations today and yesterday. Given all of that, if people were to want to use LoadSeer and run different curves or different assumptions or different scenarios, how would that look for your plan? In other words, if they came out and said, I want this BE curve to look differently, I want the water heating curve to be different, would that be the same? Would you have significant shifts in planning based on your engineering judgment, like you would if you were to make those same kind of changes in, say, bulk system planning?
Yeah, I don't think it really would change it. And for the reason I mentioned before is that this really the short term that's driving the budget that we proposed here. We take into account the long term, but we're taking into account the future of what we're anticipating, but it's really the short term that's driving the scope and the budget that we're proposing.
And let's see, we're asking for 3 years in this case. We really proposed a 5-year budget. And is the company's proposal to come back in for a DSP in 27? Was that it?
I think that's the proposal.
Okay, so you guys update your planning on an annual basis, correct?
Correct.
And we're proposing to update this planning proceeding on a 2-year basis with the commission, correct?
Correct.
And just to emphasize, we'll also be looking at short-term needs based on essentially the most recently available information, correct?
Correct.
And the proposal is to be in for another DSP well before you have to take into consideration the potential changes in the forecast in years, even 5, 6, 7, or 8, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's helpful to kind of put things in some general base. And so you were talking about the base forecast, how you take the SCADA data and you use that as sort of the base forecast, and then your capacity checks are your source of truth. Did I paraphrase that correctly?
Yeah, so the base forecast, which includes all those different growth vectors, the one that largely aligns with state policy goals, is what we plan the system to. Our capacity check forecast, which is a subset of that base forecast, just contains the capacity that we've already approved for customers that have applied. That's our separate forecast that we use for reviewing new growth on the system to make sure that we have the most up-to-date picture of the capacity needs on the system.
Okay.
Based on what's been approved.
And you have general confidence about that forecast for the next 3 years, correct?
Yeah, we do. And that gets updated every year as well as other forecasts. So, if there's changes to customer plans that we determine in between forecast cycles, then we'll make that adjustment and the budget will reflect that if it changes anything.
And your mitigations are structured to solve more than one risk, right?
Yeah, on average in our grid needs assessment, it's about 4.5 risks per project. So between 4 and 5. So, we try to get the biggest bang for our buck when we're deploying a project.
And so if a customer doesn't show up, or there's a lowering of the capacity check, or something doesn't happen as planned, even a year or 2 years out, there's still a reasonable likelihood that the project is still going to be needed because of the other mitigations?
Sure. Yeah. If a customer on one of the, say, 4 feeders that is being resolved by a mitigation, if they cancel their project, those other 3 risks are still valid and present, and we would still deploy that project to resolve that risk.
And you remember your discussion with Miss Mandel about supporting fleet policies, or as she liked to call it, semi-trucks?
I do.
And one of your responses to her was essentially, we're just creating enough headroom on the system to meet everybody's needs. Is that a fair characterization of your response?
Yeah, we're trying to make it sure so that anyone can bring their technology to the system.
And so that leaves you agnostic for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different policy objectives that Senate Bill 24-218 requires of the company, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we're trying to create hosting capacity for load-in generation through this deployment to meet those policy needs.
And so that's your strategic response to the requests of the Senate bill, correct?
Correct.
And by marshaling your capital efficiently, do you believe that that creates the most affordable outcomes for customers in the short and long run?
I do.
Let's talk about HCA maps, because I guess it's time for that now. There were a lot of discussions about providing the maps and what they do and what they say, and just a couple of questions. My intimation from the questions you were asked earlier today is that if only the HCA map was available and up to date, that it would be very easy to just find the easiest place to interconnect the system and there'd be nothing else to do. Do you agree with that general sense of that's a purpose of an HCA map?
I don't fully agree with that. I think it's a one tool that could be used up front to be helpful for developers. It doesn't replace the engineering study that looks at substation impacts, feeder impacts on a specific to that interconnection. The hosting capacity uses a streamlined methodology that looks at these different criterias, but it doesn't replace a full-blown engineering study.
And so reliance on the HCA map wouldn't be prudent in your opinion?
No, full reliance, I don't think it would. And I think we even have that in our disclaimer on the map, that it's meant to be one of the tools that could be used to help directionally figure out optimal places to interconnect.
And I was listening to your discussion with Ms. Stanfield earlier today when asked about customer support, customer representatives and things like that. Just want to make sure, are you a customer expert? Do you work in the customer support division?
I do not.
Okay. So you're just speaking from what you understand and hear as part of your job, correct?
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Mino. We can't excuse you in case anything comes back, but no need to follow the hearings or do any or pay attention. You're a free man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for your endurance.
No problem. Take care.
Why don't we take a 10 or 12-minute break till 3:15, and we'll come back at 3:15 with Ms. Block. Thanks. There you are. Welcome, Miss Block. Can you hold up your can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No,
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to you, Mr. Simpson. Oh, you're still muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chairman Blank. Ms. Block, are you the same Kelly Block who filed direct and rebuttal pre-filed testimony in this case?
I am.
And can you spell your name for the record?
KELLYBLOCH.
And your testimony has been entered into the record as exhibits 106 and 125. And with that, the witness is available for question.
I have 5 minutes for ACE.
Mr. Chair, we're waiving that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 20 minutes for Boulder, and it's a little after 3:15.
Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Block. I don't believe we have met, but for the record, my name is Gabriela Stockmeyer, and I'm representing the city of Boulder in this case. Can you hear me okay?
It's very quiet.
Okay, I will speak more loudly. I thought I fixed my audio, but we'll go with this. Is that
Okay.
better?
It's better. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Block, as an initial matter, if we could turn to page 10 of your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 106, table KAB-D-1. And do the health and reliability budgets in this table remain unchanged in rebuttal?
Correct.
So for 2026, the company is seeking a budget of 320 million. For 2027, 342 million. And for 2028, 364 million, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the company's position remains that health and reliability projects funded within these budgets fit within the legislative goals of SB 24A-0547E because they improve the reliability and resilience of the distribution system, correct?
That is correct.
And thank you, is that Miss Kunkel?
No, it's Casey, Miss Federico.
Okay, Miss Federico, thank you. You could go ahead and take that down. And Ms. Block, you are aware of Boulder's position in this case that supports approval of the full asset health and reliability budgets, are you not?
I am.
Are you also aware of Boulder's recommendation to require improved integration between the QSP and the DSP, including requiring that public service report on and address in the DSP planned investments specific to problem feeders that have been identified in the QSP?
I did read that in the answer testimony.
Okay. And I did not see this position addressed in your rebuttal, but I'd like to discuss it with you today. In your rebuttal, you do address other recommendations of interveners that suggest tying the asset health and reliability budget in the DSP to reliability metrics in the QSP. You addressed that testimony, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And at a high level, the company is opposed to cutting the asset health and reliability budget unless there are clear ties to reliability metrics from the QSP. And that was as proposed by UCA. Do I have that right?
UCA did suggest cutting the budget, correct?
Because there was not a clear enough tie between
Correct.
the QSP. And the company opposes that, right?
Correct.
And the company, as I understand it, is also opposed to setting performance standards based on reliability metrics from the QSP in terms of assessing those budgets within the collection of the GMAC as proposed by WRA. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If we could turn to Mr. Lex Teleshak's testimony, hearing exhibit 1101, Rev 1, please, Ms. Federico, at page 21. And starting at line 6, Mr. Teleshak discusses how the QSP provides an important point of reference for broader distribution planning. Do you see that?
Yep, I read that, yes.
Okay, so that paragraph is what I want to talk about, which specifically his recommendation is that he goes on to talk about that a feeder identified as poor performing in the QSP should be prioritized in the DSP, and that similarly investments within the DSP should be tracked over time to ensure reliable performance. At the next line, line 13, he goes on to talk about how the DSP should affirmatively address planned investments specific to the FPIP feeders. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And are you aware that FPIP refers to Feeders Performance Improvement Plan as established in the company's quality of service plan?
I am.
Okay. And are you generally aware that FPIP is a company program within the QSP that identifies poor performing feeders with reliability challenges and strives to make reliability improvements on those feeders?
I am aware of that.
Okay. So Boulder is not recommending cutting the budget in any way or tying QSP metrics to GMAC recovery per se, but it is recommending prioritizing at least some of the DSP health and reliability spend on the lowest performing feeders that have been identified in the QSP. Is that your understanding?
Could you just state that again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of your question.
Do you understand what Boulder's position is with regard to the tie between the DSP and the QSP?
I'm not sure I completely understand what the reference is to tying them together.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead. So Boulder is not recommending cutting the asset and health budget. We've established that it supports the budget, and it's not proposed to tie any QSP reliability metrics to recovery of the GMAC, right?
Right.
But it is proposing a prioritization of at least a part of the budget in this case to the poorest performing feeders that have been identified in the QSP. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. And we do have increased funding. Part of the increase in the budget is actually to address increased spending for poor performing feeders.
Okay, excellent. So my next question was, does public service support this recommendation of Boulder that you did not address in your testimony?
Do I support that we should increase funding for poor performing feeders? I do.
Okay, and do you support that we should prioritize the spend on those feeders and track that in this plan in the DSP?
You know, I think tracking them in the QSP is probably adequate, but it needs to have funding in the DSP to support it. But we do a lot of tracking in the QSP. You know, I'm not a regulatory expert, but that feels like the right place to continue talking about reliability and metrics.
Okay. And I appreciate that, and I'd like to just explore that with you a bit further. So we could go ahead and pull this down, please, Ms. Federico, and could we please pull up what has been marked hearing exhibit 1108 in bouldersbox.com? So, Ms. Block, this is the annual report that the company submitted, and if we could, excuse me, scroll down just 1 second there. This is the QSP report that the company submitted within preceding 05A-0547E, as well as its most recent QSP preceding 23A-0356E. Have you seen this document at all?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Chair, I would like to move for admission under administrative notice for this document, please. Hearing exhibit 1108.
Any objections, Mr. Simpson?
No objections.
So moved.
Thank you. If we could go ahead and turn to page 190, please. And this is the part of the annual report where the company identifies the feeders that qualify for the FPIP program. So as an initial matter, would you agree with me that the criteria for for being on the FPIP feeder list includes SAFE, SADI, customer minutes out, or customer minutes out per line mile, or some combination of those?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And the report clarifies that the fields highlighted indicate the qualifying criteria. So if we could scroll down over the next couple of pages, would you agree that this is the list of the FPIP feeders that have been identified in 2024 for corrective action in 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And I will represent to you that I have counted these, and subject to check, would you agree there's 132 FPIP feeders?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. And you are aware that there are 809 feeders in the company system?
Yes.
So the FPIP feeders are roughly 16% of the total feeders?
Yes.
And Ms. Block, would you agree, just through scrolling through, that many of these problem feeders qualify for FPIP based on more than just reliability criteria?
What do you mean by that?
That there's more than one green
One criteria. Multiple reliability criteria. Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And if we turn next to page 194, thank you. As I understand it, the next part of the report then goes on to identify feeders of the FPIP feeder list that have been selected for work in 2025. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and this list spans, if we go and scroll down from page 194 to 196, please, Ms. Federico. Okay, and I think if you go to the top of 197, you will see that that is the end of the list. Okay, so this list is smaller than the total 132 FPIP feeders, correct?
Correct.
And subject to check, there are 18 FPIP feeders that are on the list for corrective action in 2025. Would you agree with me?
I would agree with you.
Okay. And 18 out of the total 132.
Correct.
Correct. So then if we, sorry for the scrolling, scroll back up to page 190 for a moment there. Paragraph 1 states that the total FPIP expense from 2024 is approximately 1.4 million, right?
Correct.
And so we've discussed that the company's proposed asset and health reliability budgets for 2027 to 2029 range from 320 million to 360 million. So the 2024 FPIP budget was less than 1% of what's being proposed for asset health and reliability in the DSP, right?
2024 was 1% of future year's budget, not 1% of 2024's budget, correct?
Sorry, so the 1.4 that was expended in 2024 was less than 1% of what the company proposes to expend in 2027 for asset health and reliability, right?
Yes, the actual expenditures in 2024 were 1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of the proposed budget in the
Of the
DSP.
new, yeah, correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And if we then go down to page 199, there is a list of the reliability work that has been completed in 2024 on the company's feeders, right?
Yes.
And this involves not just FPIP feeders, but any of the feeders that had reliability work done, correct?
Correct.
And subject to check, and we can scroll down, although the two lists are not identical, would you agree that there's a fair amount of overlap between work on the FPIP feeders and, or excuse me, the FPIP feeder list and work on feeders generally?
And when you say overlap, that the feeders are the same?
That a number of the FPIP feeders appear
are on
in
this list. Yes.
list, right?
Yes.
But not all of them.
Correct.
And the work listed, so for example, if we scroll back up to the previous page, I note that the first, or excuse me, the first and the second and the third feeders, those ALLI feeders, those are all on the FPIP feeder list, but the categories of work that's performed isn't identified just as work under the FPIP, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we scroll down to page 202, the total amount of reliability work done in 2024 for all of the categories, including FPIP, was 76 million, correct?
Yes.
And that is less than a quarter of the proposed budget for 2027 reliability spend, right?
I'll trust your math on that.
Okay. Just one clarifying question, if you know, the category that says FPIP REMS, what is REMS?
REMS is a historic program that is to address, I'm going to call it emergency small reliability problems. So it's not a poor performing feeder necessarily, but it's more in line with customers experiencing multiple interruptions or devices experiencing multiple interruptions. I can't tell you what the acronym stands for anymore, but
okay.
It's
that's
what it's for.
I couldn't find it anywhere in the report, so
Yeah.
Thank you. We can go ahead and take this down, please. So is it? I just want to get back to the Boulder's recommendation and the company's position on it. So is it the company's position that it is reasonable to spend these more DSP dollars on the FPIP feeders that have been identified as problem feeders?
Yes, it is our position to spend more on the FPIP feeders.
Okay. And how will the commission stakeholders be able to track how the DSP dollars are flowing to the FPIP feeders?
I believe you showed exactly how they were flowing to FPIP feeders through the QSP report. We saw which feeders, the type of work, the amount of dollars spent.
So okay, sorry to do this. Let's go ahead and pull that back up because I want to be very clear about
Okay.
what the company is open to reporting on and how they're open to prioritizing this spend. Ms. Federico, could you pull back up, sorry, 1108?
That's what I was gonna ask, thank you. Which page?
So let's go ahead and go back to page 200. So so this is the list of all 2024 work. So does the company envision within the QSP report having a new category for DSP?
I was proposing that we would continue to report on the poor performing feeders as FPIP, because that's how we would budget and track the funding.
Okay, so the DSP dollars would be allocated as FPIP dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And if we scroll back up to, apologize, bear with me, where you describe the corrective work plans for the FPIP feeders, I believe it's at 196.
Ms. Stockmeyer, may I interrupt you for a minute? Can we just see the
Yeah.
title of that list of projects? Is it identified as anything other than just here's a whole bunch of stuff?
I'm not sure what list you're referring
On
to.
page 200, you just identified.
Page 200 is all 200.
Is there a title to this or anything?
Yes, sorry, 199 is the start of this section. It's the reliability work performed in 2024 per feeder.
Okay, thank you.
So so let me back up for a second, Ms. Block. We established that there are 132 FPIP feeders, that within this report, the work on feeders was described. If we could scroll up beginning at page 196. Excuse me, 194. So this is the description of work plans looking forward to 2025. So I realize some might be forward looking, some might be backward looking, but we've established that this does not include all the FPIP feeders, right? Just a small fraction of them.
Right, and I don't know that we would have, well, we currently have a significant increase in funding for FPIP. It might not ever be all of the feeders. We may look at it and there might be maybe some other work that's being done that might correct it, or perhaps, it was some unusual event that happened, that put it on the list. So I'm not saying that we would get to every feeder that made the FPIP list every year, but yes, we would put a plan together with this expanded funding and report out through the QSP.
Okay, and so does the company expect for the list of FPIP feeders that are addressed to increase with this substantially greater DSP funding?
Yes.
And does the company expect, when we scroll back up a couple pages, that the criteria for the FPIP feeders will improve year over year as that money is spent?
I think it won't be in the near term, but as we see improvements on the system, I think we set tighter criteria for FPIP.
Okay, and ideally the FPIP, the 132 FPIP feeder list
should shrink,
diminish in size, right?
Correct.
Okay, so given all of that, and I appreciate that. And that's the goal. And that's why Boulder is supporting high reliability. But would you agree with me that transparency is key to tracking how the DSP dollars are flowing into the FPIP feeders in the QSP?
I agree, and I I think if there's some other items, we'd be happy to consider what, some of the things that you're thinking about, but I think we have pretty good transparency here, listing what the problems were on the system and then what we're specifically doing to address it.
So let me walk through. Is the company willing to commit to a report on all work planned and performed on all the FPIP feeders, and to the extent work is not performed on any FPIP feeder, at least a line item stating work will not be done and why it concluded work was not necessary?
I think we can definitely consider adding something like that in, to the extent, but I don't know that I can commit that we look at every feeder, we evaluate them all. I can't commit that every feeder will have work done every year.
Certainly, but just the ability to, again, walk through the layers of reporting to track what's being done.
Acknowledge that it was looked at and
yes.
And that we didn't have. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can definitely consider something like that.
That's very helpful. And just so that everyone is clear what program budgets and what across what plans the spend is coming from, will the company commit to identifying the buckets of money that any FPIP work is coming from?
Yeah, and we specifically budget a line item for FPIP. So we do specifically track that.
Right. Well, just to go back to our example of 199, I think it was. Sorry, Ms. Federico, you could scroll back down just for a moment.
Yes, sorry, I lost my mouse.
So again, here, I appreciate that, but there is work being done on FPIP feeders now, which includes some of the FPIP budget as well as other categories of spend, right? We went
Correct.
through that. So is the company committing to all, or I just to clarify, it sounds like you think that all of the DSP spend that goes towards these FPIP feeders will be reported as FPIP, is that correct?
So there could be other work going on the feeder. Some of it, like the pole related one. So we have our pole replacement program that's listed out on that budget. We do track that separately. So that is work that would be done that would improve reliability on that feeder as well. However, the reliability issues, might be on another segment of the feeder that are actually underground, and that's what puts it on the list. So I think here we're tracking all work that's happening on there. And then again, we have these targeted investments where we really look through the lens of why is it on the FPIP list? And that is what is pointing to that specific program.
Okay. Well, I think I appreciate your testimony, and I think just certainly that to the extent that the company is willing to add this reporting to the QSP, would it also be willing to simply file the same report into the DSP so there's one place to access that information?
I will, I'm gonna, since it's not necessarily within my purview on how we do some of the regulatory filings, I'm gonna hunt that answer to Mr. Piquet to answer that, but and I'll just let him answer that question.
Okay, I will go ahead and take that up with Mr. Piquet. I just have, and I realize I've gone a bit over in time. I think I will have maybe 5 minutes for Mr. Piquet. So if you could indulge me, I just have 2 documents to introduce with you that were discovery responses of yours. If we could please pull up hearing exhibit 1109 in bouldersbox.com. Let's see if I have that number right. Yeah. Okay. And Ms. Block, this was a discovery response asked of you, Boulder 4-7. If we scroll down, you were a sponsor of this answer along with Mr. Piquet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I would go ahead and move for admission of hearing exhibit 1109.
Any objection? So moved.
And on to the next, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 1110. And likewise, Ms. Block, were you the sponsor of this discovery response to Boulder 4-9?
I was.
Okay, I'd like to move for the admission of this as well.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Block. I appreciate your time.
Yep, thank
That's all
you.
I have.
Thank you, Ms. Stockmeyer. I have 15 minutes for CEO, and it's a little after 3:45, 3:50. Ms. Falcone.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Block. We haven't met, but my name is Gabby Falcon, and I'm representing the Colorado Energy Office today.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So according to the company, there are several types of undergrounding, and I want to talk to you today about just 2 of those types, mandated community-directed undergrounding and new business undergrounding. So the company believes all costs associated with mandated community-directed undergrounding and new business undergrounding must be collected through the GMAC, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Federico, can we pull up hearing exhibit 106 and go to page 25? Thank you. Ms. Block, can you please just review to yourself lines 12 to 15 and let me know when you're finished?
I'm finished.
Thank you. So is it the company's position that undergrounding investments that result from decisions that were made based on aesthetic concerns with overhead lines must be recovered through the GMAC?
You know, our position is a little more nuanced than that. Our position is that when you take an overhead line and put it underground, it is inherently more reliable and more resilient because it is not subjected to all of the environmental conditions that an overhead line is. And that is what makes it eligible for the GMAC.
But putting aside any potential incidental reliability improvements from undergrounding, if a community directs an undergrounding project purely based on aesthetic concerns, the company would still put that forward for GMAC recovery, correct?
I think it doesn't matter why it's going in. It does meet the criteria because it does improve reliability and it's more than incidental. So yes, that's why we believe, because of the reliability and resiliency improvement, that is why it would qualify.
Okay, and that is true even if there has been no out of the norm performance or reliability issues with the overhead infrastructure at issue.
I would say even in that event, but that would be very slim.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Falcon. Tesla, I have 25 minutes and it's 3:50.
Thank you, Chair. Tesla will waive cross of Ms. Block. Thank you.
Thank you. WRA, I have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Block.
Good afternoon.
It's nice to meet you. For the record, my name is Parks Barroso, and I represent Western Resource Advocates, or WRA. Ms. Block, I'd like to spend the bulk of the time discussing the category of asset health and reliability investments. All right.
Okay.
And just to frame this discussion, the company has categorized all of its asset health and reliability activities as type 1 for purposes of GMAC recovery.
That is correct.
Thank you. And under Senate Bill 218, a type 1 distribution activity is one, and I'm paraphrasing here, but is one that both affordably and strategically benefits or advances state policy goals.
In which reliability is included, yes.
And if we could start by discussing the company's historic spend on asset health and reliability. Ms. Federico, could we please pull up Ms. Valentine's answer testimony, which is hearing exhibit 1700? And while we're getting that up, Ms. Block, you responded to Ms. Valentine in your rebuttal, so I assume that you're at least familiar with this testimony at a high level.
Yes, I have read this.
Great, thank you. And if we could scroll down to page 44, please. I'm looking for table CV5. Great, do you see that, Ms. Block?
I can.
And so this, I'll represent to you that this table is showing for the past 5 years, the company's asset health and reliability spending. Does that appear accurate?
Yes.
And you'd agree that over the past 5 years, the spending has generally trended upwards, correct?
That is correct.
And in sum, over this 5-year period, the actual spend was $965 million.
Okay.
And if we scroll down, Ms. Federico, that number is on the next page at the top. That is not me being able to do math here on the fly.
Okay.
So you'd agree then, Ms. Block, that was the historic actual spend over the past 5 years?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so now in this DSP, at least as originally filed, the company was proposing a 1.7 billion budget for the next 5 years. Does that sound right?
Oh, that sounds right.
So almost double the historic actual spend.
Yes.
And Ms. Block, did you happen to be listening to Mr. Eiley's testimony earlier in this hearing?
I did.
And he was on the stand for a while, but do you recall that Mr. Eiley and I had a discussion regarding the value of quantitative metrics?
You'll have to refresh my memory. I'm sorry, that was a few days ago.
It feels like more than that. So I'll pose a similar question to you. Do you think that quantitative metrics can help demonstrate whether a proposed distribution activity is affordable and strategic?
I'm not sure. I think with reliability, there are some quantitative things that we measure. We look at a lot of different items. It's very numbers based. I think, you added affordability into that conversation, and I think that is a little bit harder to define. And I'm not the expert to define affordability. If you want, I can talk a lot about reliability metrics, but affordability metrics are outside of my area of expertise.
Fair enough. Maybe a slightly different question then. Do you think that quantitative metrics can help the company and the commission to prioritize the most important distribution activities?
Yes, we use those very often, particularly directionally There's oftentimes, though, projects, particularly in the asset health piece of this, that are really about public and worker safety. And I don't really know how to apply a quantitative metric to, measure how we keep our line workers safe and make sure that the system is in good working order, to reduce their risk of significant harm. So I don't think you can do that for every piece. But there are some components where that makes sense, particularly where you're being a little bit more proactive.
Okay, thank you for that. Are you aware that WA witness Ms. Valentine had proposed that the company seek to estimate how asset health and reliability projects would improve reliability metrics?
Yes, I do remember reading something to that sort. Yes.
And we can pull it up if it's helpful, but I believe you were the sponsor. Does it sound familiar that in Discovery, the company confirmed that it has not estimated the expected improvement to reliability metrics resulting from
Could
this
you
portfolio?
pull it up so I could take a look at it and understand the context?
Of course. Ms. Federico, this is attachment CV14 to hearing exhibit 1700. If we could just scroll to the second page quickly, please. I believe that you listed as the sponsor, Ms. Block.
Correct.
Great. And then scrolling back up, please, Ms. Federico, I'm looking at subpart A. And please feel free to take a moment to refamiliarize yourself, Ms. Block.
All right.
And so you see there at the start of your response in subpart A, it states no portfolio estimates have been generated.
Oh, that's correct. And then I go on to explain why that is. Particularly using SAIDI, which is a system-wide metric, especially in the near term, it's very hard for a few years of investment to really reflect necessarily at the system level on a year-by-year basis. I'm going to talk a little bit about that here. And that was one of the reasons I was proposing that perhaps was not the best metric.
And the question's asking about reliability metrics generally, right? SAIDI is one in the list, but is not the only.
Yeah, and again, getting back to what I said about SAIDI, SAFE, those are all system level metrics. That's how they generate it. What's the average? A lot of the programs that we have were either fixing things that were broken, that inherently needed to be fixed, something got damaged, or even pole replacements. When we're looking at that program, it's less than 1% of the poles on the system that get changed out in a single year. And it's very hard to move a metric like that because, again, it's across the entire system. Over time, these investments will make a change, but I think in the near term, I'm not sure a system-wide metric is the way to go.
And so is it still your position or the company's position that none of the asset health and reliability activities, so looking within subcategories of that portfolio, that none can or should be subject to quantitative metrics?
you know, I think as we move forward, we could look at you know, some of the very specific targeted metrics. I talked in, you know, with the Boulder cross just previously, you know, poor performing feeders is, you know, something that we report out in the QSP. We have a lot of things that we document out there on what we're doing to improve reliability and how those system-wide metrics and customer metrics that you have listed here in this discovery are going. You know, as we take on some of these new targeted undergrounding, for example, you know, we could look at you know, or at least consider looking at where we put those lines underground, what was the before and after experience for those specific customers. So I don't want to say that there's no metric, but I don't think it's across the entire portfolio. And I don't think a system-wide SAIDI or safety metric is appropriate in the near term. But as we look out 3, 4, 5 years with this elevated spending, we will see it in the system-wide level, but not in the near term.
And so just to recap it, it's your position that the company has not proposed quantitative reliability metrics in this proceeding, but that there are metrics that could be applied in the future, at least for portions of that asset health and reliability portfolio.
Yeah, I think we would definitely consider, you know, looking at some other metrics, not, like I said, not in this near term, these first 3 years, but moving forward as we, assuming we have approval to move forward with these higher investment levels.
And can you help me understand why it's not possible in the near term? I mean, I heard your discussion with Counsel for Boulder, Ms. Stockmeyer, about the various QSP metrics that exist, and it sounded like you're at least familiar at some degree with those.
Yeah, so SAIDI, which is a really great metric, it's benchmarkable. We can talk about how we're doing with other utilities, but it's a storm normalized metric. It's not a weather normalized metric, and you can see some variability year to year. So if we were to, you know, for instance, say, okay, SAIDI was 100 in the first year, and it might actually be 100 in the following year, and it wasn't that we didn't see better performance from the assets that we replaced. It may just be that it was a windier year. So that's where I just think there's a lot of variables, and I talked about that in my rebuttal testimony, that make that just a little bit harder to gauge on that higher system level. But okay, I see
we
you have a
can
question,
move on.
so please.
Thank you, Ms. Block.
Yeah.
And so moving on from quantitative metrics, let's talk about qualitative information that could help to understand asset health and reliability investments and whether they're strategic and affordable.
Sure.
And apologies if you're hearing a dog in the background. I hope that you're not.
Okay.
Ms. Block, are you familiar with staff's 2024 investigation into outages on the public service system?
I am.
And would it sound correct that that investigation was filed as proceeding number 24A-0394E?
Yep. I am not familiar with the number, so I will take your word for it.
Okay, and for the record, I'll note that that report has been included as attachment CV3, but Ms. Block, are you aware that as one part of that investigation, staff had identified the 15 worst performing feeders on the company's system?
Yes, I am aware.
And this proceeding, did the company explain whether to what extent the asset health and reliability portfolio would address those 15 feeders?
I am not intimately familiar with the proceeding. I'm happy to take a look at it, though I couldn't tell you without looking at it.
Ms. Block, I'm asking about this proceeding and either your testimony or another witness's testimony. Did the company explain whether the asset health and reliability portfolio is addressing those 15 feeders?
Do you have a reference for it from this proceeding that you can show me? I don't have everything memorized. There was a lot of discovery, so.
Yeah, it is a voluminous record. I don't have a reference for you, and that's because I could not find a reference in your testimony or another witness's testimony to those 15 feeders. Does that sound right to you?
I'm not sure how to answer the question. I'm not sure.
Maybe stepping back, did you or did another company witness explain more generally how the asset health and reliability portfolio will address the issues identified by staff in that investigatory docket?
I think we talked more generally and not specifically about the kinds of investments that we would be making and how they improve reliability.
Did your testimony discuss whether or to what extent the asset health and reliability portfolio would improve reliability in census block groups that have poor performance?
We did not specifically talk about that, no.
Ms. Federico, could we please go back to Ms. Block's rebuttal testimony, and I'm looking for page 30. This is hearing exhibit 125. Great, thank you. And looking down at line 19. So here, Ms. Block, you state, similarly, this critical work required to maintain the health and reliability of our distribution system cannot appropriately be tied to reliability metrics or incorporated into a performance framework. This work is intended to mitigate degradation, not to provide improvement. Did I read that correctly?
I'm just reading the whole thing. Yeah, I think this is specifically talking about, well, it is, I guess it is generally talking about the budget. Yes. But specifically here talking about some of the, well, I'm going to just read it a little more carefully here.
Sure, please take your time and let me know when you're ready.
Okay. That is what it says.
Thank you. Is another way to put this that your testimony is that the purpose of the asset health and reliability portfolio is to maintain the current level of reliability and quality of service for public service customers.
Yeah, and I would say that is a little bit of a misstatement. We are expecting reliability to improve. But I do want to make a statement around what we say here. There is significant investment needed. We have a system that is aging. We've seen a degradation in reliability over the last few years, and these larger budgets are meant to improve the budget, but it does take substantial investment just to keep the status quo. And some of the incremental investment will be to kind of get back to where we were previously and reduce some of this degradation.
Can you help me square your testimony now with what I'm reading on the page here, which states this is intended to mitigate degradation, not to provide improvement.
I think it was a typo that none of us caught, is what I think. And I'm sorry.
This is a typo in your testimony?
Where it says not to provide improvement, we do expect targeted undergrounding and other items here will make improvements. So it's a misstatement.
Thank you, Ms. Block. Those are all the questions I have. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barrasso. ECA, 30 minutes, a little after 4:10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Block. Can you see and hear me all right?
I can see and hear you just fine.
Great, thank you. My name is Patrick Wittershine. I'm an attorney for the Utility Consumer Advocate. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you.
I have a few questions. I'd like to first talk about how DSP investments account for historic distribution system reliability concerns. So, Ms. Block, you're currently the Area Vice President of Distribution Engineering and Grid Transformation Delivery, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to listen to the testimony of your colleague, Mr. Mino, earlier in this proceeding?
I did.
So, at a high level, it's accurate to say DSP investment proposals are primarily driven by forward-looking forecasts of modeled N-0 overloads and N-1 contingency risks, correct?
And are you speaking about capacity investments?
Just generally for the DSP.
Yeah, so the capacity investments for the DSP are driven by N-0 and N-1s, but that is not what drives the rest of the budget.
Okay. So the N-0 overloads and the N-1 contingency risks, those are developed using forecasts, correct?
Correct.
But as you mentioned, the company's historical reliability issues, those are not directly aligned with the capital investments proposed in the DSP grid needs assessment, correct?
Yeah, the grid needs assessment is really to address capacity, not reliability, or not, it's more to look at contingency backup, that side of reliability, than addressing outages and the cause of those outages.
But the company does have information on historical reliability based on system average interruption duration index data, correct?
We have actual outage data, cause data, duration data, yes, which we use to calculate SAIDI.
And the company makes distribution system investments based on historic reliability concerns in its FPIP program, correct?
Correct, amongst other programs.
And that's what you discussed earlier with Ms. Stockmeyer, right?
A couple of them, but yes, FPIP specifically is what we discussed.
So is it accurate to say that the company is running one investment stream addressing historical performance through the FPIP program and another addressing forecasted risks through the DSP?
All of these are coming through the DSP. So the reliability items are at FPIP come through the DSP through the asset health and reliability budget.
And the company has not presented in this record analysis showing how these two investment streams are coordinated to avoid overlaps and redundancy, has it?
I think there's been quite a bit of discussion through this hearing on how that coordination exists. Both Mr. Pollack, Ms. McDermott, and Mr. Mino talked about a lot of the coordination that we go through in the budget create process to ensure that we have alignment. We also have a new process that we're starting to implement where we out ahead of any work being performed, and as part of the budgetary process, we're we take all the work in, identify overlap, and then, reestablish a new, the budget as a result of that.
And the company makes those efforts because without that coordination, it's possible the company could invest in both reliability-driven FPIP projects and forecast-driven DSP projects on the same feeders, right?
Yes, if we didn't talk to each other or anything, I mean, we have other backstops to catch it, but we might budget 2 projects if we didn't coordinate.
Okay, Ms. Block, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the specific percentage-based reductions to the budget recommended by UCA witness, Mr. Kanidena.
Okay.
You're familiar with those, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in your testimony, you state that the company's engineers are continually evaluating transformer and mobile needs, correct?
Yes, and on a regular basis, our substation system performance, people are looking to see what our needs are for those asset renewal or having spares on hand for the event of a failure.
So for the failure reserves category, through this continual evaluation, the company determines how many spare transformers it needs based on its engineering judgment, right?
Based on engineering judgment, but that takes a lot of factors into consideration, including the number of transformers in the fleet, the age of those transformers in the fleet, failure rates that we've seen in the past, and then probably more importantly, and one of the reasons we've seen an increase in this budget is the lead time for the equipment. Substation transformer lead times are up to 3 years. So, and obviously they serve a significant number of customers or a significant portion of load. And we can't have one out of service for any significant period of time, certainly not for 3 years.
Now, Ms. Block, it's possible for transformers to fail without causing customer outages, correct?
By design, Ms. McDermott talked about the design that we have on the system, and we don't want 10 to 20,000 customers to lose power in the event of a transformer failure. But even if they don't lose power immediately, if that happens, although they often do, while we switch load around, what you have then are all of the feeders loaded at or above their nameplate capacity, and then there's no room on the system if something else were to happen or to do construction. We're switching and moving things around all the time, and it's really critical that our substation transformers and that system be intact. That's the need for mobiles and reserve transformers.
So, Ms. Block, a minute ago, you listed some factors that may feed into the company's engineering judgment on the amount of failure reserves necessary, but the company has not provided a quantitative analysis of how much redundancy is actually needed for transformer failures, has it?
I don't believe an analysis was submitted, no.
Okay, Ms. Block, I'd like to move on to the pole replacement subcategory. You testified that reliability improvements from pole replacement are apparent on its face. Does that sound familiar?
Can you point me to that?
Sure. Can we please pull up Hearing Exhibit 125 at page 17? Line 8 through 9. And Ms. Block, you can see you testified there. For pole replacement in particular, the reliability benefit to the system is apparent on its face, right?
I'm just reading the whole thing, so I have context. Sure. Yes, that is what that says.
And as we discussed earlier, you're familiar with SAIDI metrics and also safety metrics, is that correct?
I am, yes.
The company didn't present any SAIDI or SAFE data
Yeah.
or other quantified evidence to show a causal link between pole replacement and reliability, did it?
One of the reasons for pole replacement, as it states here on the page, is when we go out and do pole replacements, and it's in the record, but just for ease, I'll paraphrase a little bit here. The intent of this, there is an NESC, National Electric Safety Code requirement that utilities inspect their wood poles. It's a ground line inspection. We go out and the pole is tested. There's a loading calculation done, and those that are overloaded, so they're not safe to have out in the system, are replaced. So at its face, it's apparent we have a piece of equipment out there that is not rated to carry the load it is currently carrying, and it must be replaced. So where I would say the reliability and resiliency come in is if we did not replace those, it's likely in the next storm that happened that one or multiple poles these poles are the ones most likely to break in a storm. But probably most seriously is the safety aspect that comes in here. If one of these poles were to come down, and it could damage property, it could damage a person, or even worse, if someone was climbing that pole, they could be very, very seriously injured. So yes, I would say in this program, there is reliability and resiliency improvements that are a result of it. But most importantly, this is a safety concern.
Thank you, Ms. Block. And I think you mentioned earlier that the safety, it can't be quantified, right, with Mr. Barroso?
I'm not quite sure how to put a price on human life. So I think that one is a little bit harder to quantify, yes.
So your testimony here is the reliability benefit is apparent on its face, but it's correct that there's no quantitative analysis linking this to reliability in your testimony, right?
In my testimony, there's no quantitative analysis, correct?
So, Ms. Block, you testified that fewer poles will need replacement after 2028, correct?
Correct.
So it's accurate to say the company is forecasting declining needs for pole replacement within the 5 years forecast for the asset health and reliability budget?
Yes, for the pole replacement line item, it does go down in 28 and 29.
Okay, I'd like to move on to routine replacements, the next subcategory.
Okay.
You testified that projects within the routines category are each individually so small that it would not make sense to prioritize the investments. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
And you note Mr. Kanidana criticizes the company because the routine program lacks transparency around prioritization, asset condition scoring, and risk thresholds.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound familiar?
That is what he said.
So lack of prioritization, that could create a risk of over budgeting or duplication with other budget categories, right?
No. So in the routine budgets, we also call them blankets. So if I interchange those words, I apologize. This is primarily reactive work. I explained this in my rebuttal. Often, so typically when we have an outage on the system, it's because a component failed. And the routines repair these. These are very small projects. It's something that's done within an hour or two. They typically don't go through a big design process. So there's not time to score and evaluate it. It's something that needs to be done to get the lights back on and get people back in service. There are some other, I'm going to call them smaller jobs that are in here. Our line workers are trained to, when they're out in the field, notice something to take a look at, see something that maybe there is a transformer that's leaking or some loose connections or
Thank you.
something, and
I think you
identify
answered my
those.
question with a
Okay.
no. Thank you. So the commission has no way to verify that routine spending is not duplicative of failure reserves or emergent asset health investments if the company doesn't provide the transparency recommended by UCA, correct?
I'm not sure what your transparency, I don't know how what you suggested makes it more transparent. These are small jobs. They're not, it's completely different work. So there's not the overlap. In the other jobs, these are bigger planned jobs versus emergent work that comes up that's spread out across the system. So I don't agree.
Thank you. Back to reliability metrics.
Okay.
You testified that SAIDI and SAFE cannot fully capture the benefits of routine activities. Does that sound familiar?
Sure. Do you want to pull it up though, so I have context?
Sure.
Thank
In
you.
this exhibit, could we please turn to page 22, line 14 to 15? Did you read those lines, Ms. Block?
Yep.
Would you agree with me that without any metrics, there's no way to evaluate whether company investments deliver measurable reliability improvements?
Yeah, I just don't think SAIDI and SAFE are appropriate, particularly for the routines. Again, a lot of these are small projects where we are replacing a failed piece of equipment to get the lights back on. So it doesn't, SAIDI and SAFE don't apply.
But the company has not proposed any alternative performance measures to replace the metrics you claim are inadequate, has it?
We have not.
And instead, the company proposes to apply its engineering judgment in the area. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think getting the lights back on is our top priority. And I think that's should be evident to most.
And the commission, it's being asked to approve the routines category spending without any performance measures, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'd like to move into targeted undergrounding. Is that okay?
Sure.
Could you please turn to page 25, lines 3 through 5? Ms. Block, you testified that an effective communication strategy with property owners is paramount when implementing a program like the targeted undergrounding program. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
Now, you don't explain in your testimony what percentage of the $150 million budget is allocated to communication and outreach, and what percentage is allocated to construction. Do you?
I did not.
You pushed back against UCA's recommended 50% reduction to the targeted undergrounding program by citing well-established benefits of undergrounding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But the company did not put forward a specific cost-benefit analysis on targeted undergrounding, did it?
We did not.
So that information is not in the record, right?
Correct.
So the commission is being asked to approve $150 million for targeted undergrounding without knowing how much is for outreach versus construction or seeing any quantified cost-benefit analysis of undergrounding. Is that correct?
Yeah. And as we has been discussed by numerous other witnesses, we're really looking at the first 3 years, and the first 3 years is very small amounts. Really looking to kick the program off, understand what the requirements are, understand, how best to target the segments, and the significant investment would be in the out years after, we had a little bit more experience under our belt and understood, what we can expect and what would help shape really good candidates to put underground.
So the answer is yes.
I think you said the commission, or we're asking them to approve 150 million. And like I said, what I've heard throughout this case is we're asking, really approving the first 3 years, which is not 150 million.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My last group of questions here are on the emergent asset health subcategory. Is that okay?
Yep.
So you disagree with Mr. Konidena's recommended 25% reduction to the
I
budget
do.
for the emergent asset health category, right?
I do.
That subcategory of emergent work is done in response to damage caused by extreme weather or other occurrences on its system. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's why you testified those projects are essential to limiting outages. Is that right?
It's essential to getting the lights back on, yes.
Now, the routines and failure reserves category, that also addresses emergencies, correct?
Yes. They are not redundant.
Okay, Ms. Block, those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wittershine. Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, Ms. Block, how are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
Good, good afternoon. A few questions for you. A lot fewer than for Mr. Mino, so don't
thank goodness.
worry, everyone. We will leave today. Okay. Question on the ages of some of your equipment. I noticed in a lot of the asset health and reliability sections we're replacing end-of-life equipment. So I was just curious, what is the lifespan of your feeders typically?
So that it depends a little bit. It's really based on the individual components. So underground cable, depending on the vintage, lasts anywhere from probably 40 to 50 years. Overhead wire lasts probably 60 or more years. Poles, probably about 60, substation transformers, about 50. So it's really dependent on that specific piece of equipment or material. And then also the different vintages. The materials have improved over time. So things that were installed in the 40s, 50s, and 60s might not have lasted as long, particularly in the underground cable section, as what we, the current technology that's installed today.
Okay. And is there a decent way to understand the average life of, say, feeders on your system?
Yeah. So again, it's not the feeder.
Or
it's
the
more
components?
like, yeah, components, sections of cable, sections of overhead wire. I would say if you want to just have one number in your head, probably the best average is about 50 years.
Okay.
It's not absolute, but I think you could use that as a rule of thumb.
Okay. And is there any information on this record as to the age of a lot of the equipment that has been proposed for replacement?
So we don't have like specific on the distribution or the feeder level. There is something in the record that lists the age, and it may have come through discovery, the age of all of the substation transformers on our system.
Okay. Anywhere else besides, it sounds like
No,
limited set of one component in a discovery response.
Right. Yeah. That's the only one I can think of. We did have another request I recall for underground cable, listing jacketed versus non-jacketed cable, but that one, there was no specific dates on that, but that was more of what I would call a material change. So probably 1990, we had unjacketed cable, and then after 1990, this new specification had a jacket on it, just protects the cable and makes it last longer.
Okay. I wanted to ask you some comparisons between historical asset health and reliability spending and forecasted.
Sure.
So you all provided in your completeness filing a table showing 2020 to 2024 spending. Are you roughly familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then for basically the same categories, I think the categories are all the same. You showed spending in the DSP plan document as well in table 9. Okay, cool. They'd be a little tortured to show side by side, so I'll just represent to you a few of the comparisons so I can better understand. So the line asset renewal program is replacing overhead distribution lines that have reached the end of their life. Is that correct?
Yes, generically speaking, that is typically what that's for.
Okay. Sorry, let me find it in my, okay. So over the past 5 years, the company has spent $8 million on such activities. And in the next 5 years, the company projects, or 2025 included.
Right.
So take that as you will. The company projects $82 million. So we've got a 10 times increase in spending there. And so I'm trying to understand, is there like an absolutely disproportionate amount of overhead lines that have reached the end of their life within that 5-year time frame?
Yeah, there are significant, we have a lot of our reliability issues do exist on our overhead lines. This is also the category that our FPIP that I talked about earlier is the increase for here. You know, you saw the list of over 100 FPIP feeders, but having the budget to be able to address, 16 or whatever the actual that number was. We're really looking to increase our funding for those poor performing feeders, but also, look at some of our older lines. We do have, a lot of copper lines out there, and they were typically installed post World War II. So they're very old, and copper wire tends to anneal as it gets older and gets brittle, it breaks. So on those windy days, if there's any kind of contact with it, we end up with a lot of outages.
Okay. And so the FPIP is the problematic feeders, or feeders with disproportionately bad reliability, I guess. Is that okay? And it sounded like you were not sure if that includes I think the number was 15 feeders from the PUC staff's report earlier this year.
I would imagine they're inclusive, but without seeing them side by side, I can't verify that.
Okay. And given that these are the worst performing feeders on the system, wouldn't there be some sort of feeder specific reliability metric that could be tracked? I mean, if the company is targeting them for replacement, saying these are our worst feeders, I would think there's some reliability metric that even you would be interested in to figure out, did we do the job? Did we fix the problem?
The goal is really to get them off the list, right? To
what
bring
gets
them back to average.
What gets them on the list?
What gets them on the list? It was in the document that we said it had the definitions, but it's having, I would need it in front of me, but basically having SAIDI or longer duration outages or more customers impacted. There's a lot of drivers. It could be frequency. That's where the 4 columns were. It could be a lot of outages. It could be a long outage.
Okay. Yeah. Do you recall what document that was in? I'm so sorry. I don't have it right now.
It was the QSP document that she entered.
Ms. Dogmeyer, you're here to save me. Oh, I can't hear you.
You're muted.
We really can't hear you now.
1108, hearing exhibit 1108.
Okay, great. Okay. So Thank you, Ms. Stockmeyer, for showing up. You're still muted, but unless you disagree that it's 11:08, I think
It
we're good.
is, but the
Okay.
definition of how FPIP is qualified begins at page 190 of that report.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for putting this all together for me. Okay, so that's where I would find the metrics that the company uses to
Correct.
classify a problematic feeder.
Correct.
And those would be the metrics you would also track to determine if they get off the list.
Correct.
Why would those not also be appropriate metrics for others to track to understand if you actually got reliability improvements? I mean, we wouldn't be
Ask the question
tracking them.
again. Yeah.
Okay. So I understand there are certain metrics you don't think are useful for, say, the commission to consider to determine if you actually achieved reliability improvements. You agree with that?
I think our characterization of this is really we wouldn't put it against the whole portfolio of asset health and reliability, but there are programs in here. I think FPIP is one of them, where we can look at the before and after investment to site approval. So instead of generically applying it across all of the portfolio, including, just the get the lights back on items, there are a few areas I think that we can definitely consider, targeting either within the QSP or something supplemental here.
Okay. And looking back at this 10 timesing of the need in the last 5 years to this 5 years, is FPIP a new concept?
FPIP is not a new concept. It's something we've been doing for many years now. So no, it's not new.
I guess, was the speed or depth of addressing the problematic feeders less important in the previous 5 years?
I wouldn't say it was less important. I would say that there were other items, particularly hooking up new customers, that funding was moved to. So it's not that it wasn't important. We just had some other issues where we had to prioritize some funding.
Was there some hard cap on funding through commission processes that I'm not aware of that would have limited your ability to also allocate money to FPIP?
I'm not sure. I'm not aware. Yeah.
Okay. And then as I look at pole replacements among the two as well, this to me is a bit end of life, a bit inspections determine that they're no longer reliable. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So for pole replacements, it was 127 million in the previous 5 years and now 224 million. So just shy of a doubling there. And I'm curious, has the company changed or upgraded its standards with regard to what should constitute a pole that needs to be replaced in the short term?
No, there's a couple items that are driving the pole replacement. And honestly, all of our budget here, we have seen significant Ms. McDermott talked about the transformers and how we've seen a tripling of the cost of transformers. We've seen a significant increase in the cost of wood poles as well. They've doubled in price. So we've seen, so we haven't changed our criteria, but we do want to make sure that we are on our 12-year cycle. And we've also seen an increase in cost to replace poles.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. It's like hard for me to tell in looking at this if we've increased the quantity or the unit cost, and so, or both.
Yeah, and a little bit with poles, it's both. Yeah.
Okay. Same with substation asset renewal. So these programs have tripled in cost, as to my understanding, primarily a substation end of life. So I guess the last, to what extent has that tripling been increases in unit cost for the equipment versus any like changes to standards or something that would require disproportionately more in the upcoming 5 years?
Yeah, so we have about 70 transformers that are either already over 50 years old or will be 50 years old in the next 5 years. So significant age on those assets, and that corresponds also to the breakers, the relays, the other components in those substations. So there was a need, just because of the quantity of that age, to step up that program a little bit. So we have increased the funding, but again, there's also some inflationary part for the materials that are required. Anything right now that has aluminum, steel, or copper in it is significantly more expensive than it was even 3 years ago.
Okay. And is that, you said there are quite a few of them, 70 transformers at 50 years old. Does that represent kind of a disproportionate glut of ones of the same age, or do they turn that age at relatively even rates on the system?
I've always described the Colorado economy as a little bit of boom bust, and we'll see a big build. There was a big build in this, 60s and 70s, and then there was the recession and the savings and loan scandal, and then it boomed again in the early 90s. So, what we're seeing is these assets that were installed in, the 70s reaching the end of their life, and there's a big component of them, and, we'll see that pattern continue. I don't know that we'll get into a bust anytime soon, but, we've seen it with the .com and then the housing crisis and then, late 2000s. So we tend to have big surges and builds here.
Okay. With regard to your description of targeted undergrounding within the actual plan document itself, it says this is a new program in which the company will identify specific overhead lines for undergrounding. I was a little curious on that language. You will identify them, or you have identified them? Like, to what extent do you actually know what undergrounding projects you're planning on doing in the next 3 years?
So for budgetary purposes, we looked at the system and we looked, and I will say this, it was the whole system, not just in Colorado, but looked to see how we could make measured improvements in reliability. And we looked at some different criteria and identified about how many line miles in each jurisdiction would be good candidates. So we haven't specifically lined them all up and said, we have our candidates for next year, but we don't have 29 and 28 segments identified yet, but we do know from the pool in which we would pull them. We're also, every year we look at customers experiencing multiple interruptions and customers experiencing long interruptions. And we do expect those priorities to change as we go through and customers experience, different levels of outages. So I would expect at least 2 years in advance, we would be specifically identifying that work, but we don't have the the $42 and $84 million pool completely approved yet, or identified yet.
Okay. And I think you had said, maybe you're talking with Mr. Barroso, but I didn't write that part down. But you had said for the next 3 years that these are very small amounts, just as you're getting the program started or going. So just for reference, those for 26 to 28 are 8 million, 16 million, and 42 million. I wish $42 million was a very small amount of money.
I was looking at 25 through 27 since it's the first year of the plan, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've got like a doubling and then a well over doubling,
Yep.
and then assuming it doubles again in 2029. So I wasn't sure that was a fair.
Yeah, no, it doubles from 28 to 29, but we're not expecting it to double after that.
And just I'm almost done here, Commissioner Plant, but just curious, is there any way, getting back to kind of the metrics discussion, is there any way to measure the impact of a feeder upgrade by like an area metric or other kind of more general understanding?
Yeah, I think an area metric, kind of that before and after, could be a really good way to, I mean, we can definitely think about how we might develop something like that.
Okay. Thanks. Those are my only questions.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Plant, I'd like to end no later than 5. Do you have less than 10 minutes or?
I have good news for you. I have no further questions.
All right. Let's resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. I may have less than 9 minutes, but I'm not going to push it. So let's resume 9 a.m. tomorrow. Any final matters, Mr. Simpson?
No, Chairman.
Thank you. With that, see everybody tomorrow at 9.